But we're now ready to resume, and we have both juries back in court, and the defense may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Ann Burgess.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take the stand and state your name for the record.
Ann Wolbert Burgess.
Would you spell your full name,
ANNWOLBERT
And do you have a professional title?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
I am a clinical specialist in psychiatric mental health nursing.
And you have a doctorate, do you not?
Yes, I do.
A doctorate degree. And what is your doctor? You're a doctor of what?
I'm a doctor of nursing science.
So you're a doctor of nursing.
Yes.
And is your particular specialty psychiatric nursing?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you been, when did you receive your doctorate?
In 1966.
Now, what is your current profession?
I am a professor of psychiatric mental health nursing at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And what are your other, if there are other, professional activities?
My other professional activities, I have a clinical practice.
In what?
In both child and adult persons in psychotherapy.
Okay. And what licenses do you hold in order to be a psychotherapist?
I am certified as a clinical specialist in psychiatric mental health nursing, and that is by the American Nurses Association.
And do you have any state, do you need a state license for that?
Yes, I do.
And what states do you have licenses in?
I'm licensed in both Massachusetts and Pennsylvania.
And what state do you reside in?
I reside in Massachusetts.
And you teach in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, we were saying you have a clinical practice, and you're a professor, and you have a clinical practice as well. And what other professional activities do you regularly engage in?
I also engage in research, clinical research.
In what fields are you engaged in clinical research?
In the fields of victim trauma, child sexual abuse, child pornography, crime scene analysis.
And are there any other professional activities that you have time for?
I also belong to professional organizations. I also hold positions with government agencies.
What agencies do you hold positions with?
I am chair for a study section at National Institutes of Health, the AIDS and Related Research Study Section 6.
Okay. Now, would you tell us about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Boston University, and my registered nurse at that time. I have a Master of Science degree from the University of Maryland, and I have a Doctor of Nursing Science from Boston University.
And after, did you complete your education all in one block and then start your professional work, or did you intersperse it?
I pretty much completed it in one block.
And would you tell us what the early years of your professional career were? What did you do and what were you involved with?
In my early, I always held an academic position, and I've always combined my academic position with a private practice. And because I'm an academe, I do research, and I write, I publish, and I attend professional conferences and serve on professional boards.
What was your first academic appointment?
My first academic appointment was at Boston College School of Nursing in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts.
And what was your position there?
My position there was first associate professor, and then I was promoted to professor. And I also had some administrative positions. I was chair of the community health program in nursing, and later I was chair of the graduate program in nursing.
And what was your next academic position?
My next academic position was at Boston University, and I went there 1980 as Director of Nursing Research.
Now, Boston University is a different institution than Boston College, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
One is BC and one is BU.
That's right.
Okay. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you were what at Boston University?
I was both Director of Nursing Research, and then I was Interim Dean of the School of Nursing at Boston University.
And what was your next academic either distinction or position?
In 1983, I accepted a position at the University of Pennsylvania as the Van American Professor of Psychiatric Mental Health Nursing.
And you said currently you are the head of the Psychiatric Mental Health Nursing Division at the University of Pennsylvania School of Nursing?
Yes, I am chair of the division.
What do, and I take it in that you are educating, teaching people to become psychiatric nurses?
Yes, I'm responsible for that area of nursing.
Now, describe for the juries, if you would, what is it a psychiatric nurse does?
A psychiatric nurse diagnoses and treats actual and potential mental health problems. Primarily is concerned with the care of persons who have mental problems, mental disorders.
Now, that's a different kind of track, isn't it, to get to be a therapist, for example, than just becoming a psychologist and doing it that way?
Yes, it is.
What is the main distinction in the training between being someone with a bachelor's degree in nursing and a specialty in psychiatric nursing versus someone who has a bachelor's degree in psychology and just graduate degrees in psychology?
Well, in nursing, we have our own body of knowledge, and at the undergraduate level, we prepare students to be what we call general practitioners, so that they can practice in a general way in a variety of settings.
All nursing.
And that's all nursing. At the master's level is when we begin to specialize, and that is when a student would select a particular area. And there are generally about 5 or 6 major areas in nursing. And then at the doctoral level is where the research is done, and it pretty much follows the fairly standard PhD, Doctor of Nursing Science program of studies. But the focus, of course, would be in nursing in our own field.
Now, someone with that kind of a background who obtains a doctorate in psychiatric nursing, do they have medical information, medical training that ordinary psychologists would not ordinarily have?
Yes, we have a strong biomedical background that our students must be able to master for a beginning level practice.
Now, you've indicated you've always held an academic position and you've always been involved in research. Is
Yes,
that correct?
I have.
Could you describe for the juries what your first focus of research was?
My first focus of research was when I was at Boston College, and this actually followed my joining with several other professors on campus to have an interdisciplinary seminar for our graduate students in the healthcare system. And at the close of that semester's seminar, a colleague from that seminar, a sociologist, Linda Holmstrom, approached me to talk about a research project that she wanted to undertake. And this was actually the first time that I began a course of research, and it was on the study of rape victims.
Now, what year was it that you started this research on rape victims?
It was a one-year study between 1972 and 1973.
Now, are you familiar, Dr. Burgess, with the term rape trauma syndrome?
Yes, I am.
And where did that term come from?
That was a term that Linda Holmstrom and I coined in one of our first major publications from our sample, and that was actually the title of a paper that was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry in 1974.
And has that concept, that syndrome that you and Linda Holmstrom defined, become accepted throughout both the law enforcement and psychological and psychiatric community?
yes, it has been accepted by those communities.
Now, what, could you describe for us the areas of your research following this first project on rape victims?
The area of research then expanded from the adult victims to child and adolescent victims of sexual victimization.
And for how many years were you engaged in research dealing with sexual victimization of children?
This was about, for the first 4 or 5 years, that was the primary area. It did expand into other areas, but that was the primary area.
And did you, as a consequence of your research and writing in this area, gain recognition as nationwide as an expert in child sexual abuse?
Yes, I did.
And as a result of that, were you contacted at some point by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, I was.
And when were you contacted by the FBI?
I believe it was 1976, 77, about that time period, possibly even 75.
And what was the basis, what was the reason for the contact by the FBI? Why did they contact you?
Condition calls for speculation.
Overall.
At that particular time, the FBI Academy, that's based in Quantico, had the responsibility of training both their own agents but also law enforcement, and they had received, I guess, a mandate that they needed to train in the area of rape and sexual assault.
Train in the area of rape and sexual assault in what sense? For what purpose?
In terms of the investigative aspect, because that's their specialty, but they needed information on the victim for them to be able to develop their training materials.
They needed information about victims of rape and sexual assault
Correct.
in order to be able to investigate those kinds of cases.
That's correct.
And were you at that time recognized as an expert in victimology?
At that time, yes. We were certainly publishing in the area. I'm not sure at that particular time because Linda Holmstrom and I were getting our publications out, and they do need a period of time in the journals to gain acceptance.
Are you now recognized as an expert in victimology?
Yes.
What is victimology?
Victimology is a study of the victim in which all aspects, as best research is able to do, brings to bear on that particular topic.
For what purpose? Why do you want to know about victims?
The victims tell an important or a very key part of any investigation. If you're doing it from the investigative standpoint, and certainly from a clinical standpoint, they need treatment. But from an investigation, that is your primary source very often of information. And so that is one of their first starting points in law enforcement.
And what is it that victimology, that the study of victims, is attempting to do for law enforcement? What is the kind of information you're trying to give law enforcement about victims that can aid law enforcement in their investigation of these kinds of crimes?
Well, the task of law enforcement is to find a suspect. It's suspect apprehension is what law enforcement is primarily engaged in. And once that phase is completed, then that generally starts the criminal justice system process.
Okay. But what is it about victimology that does it assist in suspect apprehension? Does it also assist in presenting the case and knowing how to deal with victims and knowing how to assess their information, that kind of thing?
Yes, and what the training is how to interview, how to take information, how to get the very best that you can from a victim, and of course that is what we would try to help them with. They need to understand the state that the victim is in at the time they see the victim and know how to perhaps reduce some stress to get information from the victim.
Is there also, based on your research and others in the field, are there also guidelines for interviewing victims in these kinds of cases so that you're not suggesting things to them, so that you're getting as accurate and credible information as you can?
Absolutely, yes.
Are there also, based on your research and others' research, indicia that you're training law enforcement in of when people who claim to be victims of these crimes are indeed likely to be telling the truth versus perhaps not?
Yes, all of those things, yes.
And are all of those things things that you have studied and researched and are considered an expert in?
Yes.
Okay, so after this contact by the FBI, did you begin an affiliation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, the training division at the academy in Quantico.
And what was it that you were doing for them?
Well, one of the things, it was a joint venture actually in terms of helping them with what is called the data reduction. They were doing interviews with criminals that they would be interviewing and trying to amass a certain amount of information. And that's precisely what I and some colleagues began to assist them in. And so that was really the research part and consultation.
Okay, so you were interviewing what's also known as perpetrators, is that correct?
The agents were interviewing them. We were assisting them with the data analysis part.
Okay, just to break that down. Agents are interviewing perpetrators of sex crimes?
Some were sex crimes, of sex crimes, yes,
Okay.
at the time.
I mean, with regard to your involvement, and at that time, was it, and you were trying to assess the data that the agents were receiving from the perpetrators?
Well, essentially, we devised a protocol that the agents then did two parts of an interview. They would do their regular interview, and then they would complete the protocol based on not only the interview, but they are very thorough in their work, and they do not just, they would look at all kinds of records to corroborate kinds of things. And so that's what we helped them with, to the protocol.
What was the purpose of the protocol? What was the type of information that was being sought from the perpetrators?
Well, we were looking for patterns and hopefully for some predictors that would then assist law enforcement in their suspect apprehension. That's always the goal, if you will, of law enforcement.
So you were trying to find similar patterns among perpetrators of these kinds of crimes to assist law enforcement in apprehending other perpetrators?
Yes.
In other crimes?
Yes. Well, they would take the sample that we had, and then you would look at that from a statistical standpoint to see if that had application to other crimes.
And did there appear to be patterns of behavior, patterns of perhaps even psychological makeup among sex crime offenders?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
Yes, that is essentially true, yes.
Now, was this the only assistance you provided to the FBI with respect to developing protocols and patterns for apprehending suspects, or were there some other areas you got involved in with them as well?
Oh, yes. We got involved with, over the past 15 years, we've been involved in a number of studies, and some of which have been funded by the Department of Justice that have looked at other things.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last.
That have looked at other aspects.
Other aspects of what?
Of investigative work.
Okay. So you're still involved with the FBI, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Now, for the past 10 years, have you been involved in a particular set of studies or projects with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
And what is that study called, or what is it about?
The overall study is called the Crime Classification Project, of which there are a number of parts to that.
Okay, what part have you been affiliated with?
The part that originally started was what was called the crime scene analysis, and that is part of what's called the profiling process, which is...
Okay, a profiling process of whom?
Profiling process of a unnamed subject.
Okay. The FBI was trying to develop profiles in order to help them apprehend unknown suspects?
Profile indicators, right. Not profiles in terms of any identified person, but just characteristics, if you will, of unknown subjects.
And one of the ways they were trying to develop that was by analyzing crime scenes.
That is correct.
And what was your involvement in the crime scene analysis portion of the crime classification project?
My role was in the analysis of the information that they brought from the interviews that they had with the convicted offenders.
But that's, all right, but what involvement did you have in the process of examining crime scenes in order to make determinations about potential perpetrators?
Okay. Well, one of the things was to actually look at how they examine crime scenes, the types of records, photographs, information forensics, the massive amount of information that they took, and then how they looked at that, and essentially how they thought, their process of thinking in coming to an investigative decision, if you will, about the material that they had seen.
And were you involved with the FBI agents in refining and defining the methods by which, or the ways in which they would classify crime scenes in order to work out these characteristics of potential offenders?
Yes, I was.
And was one of the areas in which the FBI was classifying crime scenes the area of homicides, where people are killed?
That is, yes, it was.
And how long has this particular project been going on?
That project began in 1980 with a funded study.
And you were involved with it then, is that correct?
I was principal investigator on that project.
And over the course of work on that project, did the FBI and those of you who were consulting with this project come up with classifications of homicides by crime scene?
Yes.
And how many different classifications of homicides by crime scene are there?
Basically three.
Excuse me, three?
Three.
And what are the three classifications?
One is the organized, one is the disorganized, and there is a third category that has been added that's called a mixed crime scene.
Now, are there 32 kinds of homicide according to the FBI guidelines?
This is one, yes. The most recent classification of homicide identifies, I think it's 32 categories within the homicide section.
Okay. And is there a category for what's known as domestic homicide?
Yes, there is.
And what does domestic homicide mean?
Domestic homicide means where there is some type of relationship between the victim and the offender. Generally must be either a significant partner or a family member.
And are there guidelines for, well, strike that. In analyzing a crime scene, are there indicia or indicators, things that under this method of crime scene analysis point to domestic homicide versus some other kind?
Yes, there are.
And I take it there are things that point to non-domestic homicide as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, Dr. Burgess, were you asked to, in effect, apply these guidelines from this FBI crime classification methodology to the crime scene in this case?
Yes, I was.
And what information or objects were you asked to review in order to make that kind of analysis?
The information included all of the crime scene photographs, the forensic reports, the medical examiner's reports, the police reports, anything that pertained to information relating to the crime scene.
Did you also read the testimony of the coroner, medical examiner in this trial?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the testimony of the investigating officer, Detective Zoller?
Yes, I did.
And you said you looked at all the crime scene photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at the autopsy photographs?
Yes, I did.
And based on your review of that material, were you able to make some classifications of this crime scene?
Yes, I did.
First of all, with respect to type of homicide, were there indicators here that pointed to a particular type of the 32 types under the FBI classification system?
Yes.
And what particular type of homicide did the crime scene analysis indicate?
A domestic killing.
And why did the analysis of the crime scene indicate a domestic killing?
There was no forced entry. There was no movement. The bodies were not touched. They were left as they, what is called, the death scene was the same as the crime scene. They were not moved. There was no evidence of material being taken
You mean no
from the
theft?
house. No theft, right, no theft. Not even the doors to the house, there was no break-in there, and there appeared to be no break-in through gates.
So that tends to indicate what?
That tends to indicate that there is a known relationship, that these were not strangers.
Well, does it tend to show that it's a family member or a close relationship, or could it also show an acquaintance or a...
Well, initially, you would look at all of those factors, but essentially that there was no break-in, and the bodies were essentially certainly suggested that it was domestic rather than they had expected, had let somebody in.
Well, if they had let somebody in, they certainly weren't shot right upon that point. Is that
That is
what you're
correct.
saying?
That
That
is
they're
correct.
in an interior room of the house?
Yes, they were.
Now, in addition to making a determination in crime scene analysis of the type of homicide, I believe you started to tell us before that there are three basic classifications for the crime scene itself.
That is correct.
And you said they were, number one was disorganized,
That is correct.
and number two was organized,
That is correct.
and number three was mixed.
Right. They
Now-
should be the other way. It should be mixed, should be in the middle.
Okay, disorganized, mixed,
Mixed.
and organized. I'll do it that way. Okay, now, what is the purpose, if you will, of classifying a crime scene as either organized or disorganized?
It speaks to the amount of planning that can be determined from just looking at the crime scene.
And why would the FBI or any law enforcement agency, for example, want to, what investigative purpose does it serve to analyze a crime scene to see if there has been planning or no planning?
Well, it's generally going to alert or tell the investigating officer where to focus their investigation, what type of person, what relationship, et cetera, to begin to look for.
And are there certain crime scenes that tell a great deal about the actual person, if not the actual identity, personality characteristics of the perpetrator?
Yes, in fact, that's essentially what the FBI describe it as, is that they try to read the personality, if you will, of what has happened in the crime scene.
Was the earliest part of this study focusing on serial sexual killings?
Yes, it was.
And was it characteristic of many of those killings that there were sort of repetitive, since they were serial killings, there's more than one, but I mean sort of ritualistic features?
Yes, there was.
So with respect to those kinds of crime scenes, can a great deal be learned from the psychology, if you will, of the perpetrator?
Oh, yes, and don't forget the other part of the study was they had done the interviews with these persons.
With people who had been convicted of such crimes?
Yes, and they talked about their crime, so it wasn't just the crime scene, but it was able to get the offenders did talk at length.
And so as a result of this study, did the FBI develop a way of looking at a crime scene to know when certain kinds of planning is going on as reflected by what they wind up with?
Yes.
Now, with respect to a disorganized crime scene, what does that say? How does that fit into the notion of planning or no planning?
Disorganization generally implies low amount of planning.
If any?
If any, correct.
And I take it an organized crime scene?
Shows very few clues, very elaborate planning, certainly to the point where there's no apprehension of a suspect.
And when you talk about planning, is it viewed from a perspective of just whether you could tell how much thinking went in, or is it viewed from the perspective of, if you will, detection?
It is from detection as a major part.
Now, would you explain just what that means? I mean,
How to the detection aspect of a suspect. This is what was looked at in terms of the study of how quickly the person was apprehended. More likely than not, on the disorganized side, that the suspect was almost immediately apprehended. And see, that's the way the statistics came in. This is by placing these into the crime scene patterns, and then to see how fast there was suspect apprehension.
so does but my question is, does the planning component have to do with planning to avoid detection?
Oh, yes. That's the intent of the offender, to avoid detection, yes.
Okay, I mean, that's the kind of planning that they're looking at.
Yes.
It's not like planning to, inflict a particular injury or planning to leave a pink scarf under a radiator. It's planning to avoid detection that they're focused on. Is that right?
Yes.
So if you find a disorganized crime scene, then what you're finding is low or no amount of planning to avoid detection. Would that be a fair statement?
Generally, yes.
And in applying these guidelines and analytical methods to the crime scene here, did you reach a conclusion about what kind of crime scene this was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
And I will preface it that there are generally there may be indicators of both organized and disorganized, but generally in this crime scene, I saw more evidence of disorganization.
And did that indicate to you a lack of planning to avoid detection?
Yes.
Objection, improper opinion.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Does it appear to be a disorganized crime scene because you cannot see any significant evidence of planning to avoid detection?
Yes.
Now, what was, under the FBI's criteria, what was disorganized about this crime scene?
Okay. Location, choice of weapon.
Why don't you give me the list and I'll ask you to do it.
Okay.
Location.
Location. Choice of weapon. Injuries to victims. Emotionality, indicators of emotionality. Where the actual injuries were.
Okay. Is there also a concept that's applied in crime scene analysis called staging or lack of staging?
Yes, there is.
Is that part of the analysis of whether it's a disorganized crime scene, or is that another type of indicator?
No, it is an indicator that is also considered staging, yes.
And did you find staging or lack of staging in your analysis of this crime scene?
Lack of staging.
And is that an indicator of disorganized crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we've got 6 factors now. Are there any others that you determined pointing to a disorganized crime scene?
No, no.
Now, was there a factor pointing towards organized that showed some pre-thought?
Yes.
And what was the organized factor?
One organized factor was that there were no shells found
Okay.
at the crime scene.
And was there any other organized factor that you could tell just by looking at the crime
No,
scene?
that was the main factor.
Okay. Now let's talk about each of these factors of disorganization, starting with location. What is it about the location that points to disorganized or no significant evidence of planning to avoid detection?
There was one other factor on the organized, the lack of weapon, I'm sorry. Lack of weapon and no shells.
Okay. So lack of weapons left at the scene
At the
is what
scene.
you mean.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll get to those as well. Let's start just with what is it about the location? What do you mean by location?
Okay, location is where actually the crime occurred.
And what is the location here?
Location here is interior of a home that's in a residential area, in a fairly residential area. In other words, there are other houses around, and it is inside.
Okay, and what appears to be lacking in plan for escaping detection about that site?
Well, one of the factors you have to also add the type of weapon that was used.
Okay.
I'd like to combine to look at those two. The type of weapon it was known was a shotgun.
Now, you're familiar, are you not, based on your work with the FBI and how shotguns operate?
Yes,
You're familiar with other weapons as well, based on that work?
yes I am.
In fact, have you been to crime scenes and actually done this analysis on site?
Yes, I have.
All right. So then we have a combination then of shotguns in a residential area being used in an interior room.
Yes.
Okay. And maybe it's obvious, but what is it about that bespeaks no significant evidence of planning to avoid detection?
Okay. Well, one of the factors is that this is a very loud type of weapon to be used, and the number of shells that were fired, there was a large number of shells fired, and so that the noise certainly was a key factor.
And when you do your crime scene analysis, the initial analysis has to do solely with what the actual scene is like. Is that right?
That's right.
But does the FBI, and do you in working with them, upgrade the analysis as more and more information comes in?
Yes, you do.
And are you aware, therefore, that in this case, both in in-court testimony and police interviews, a fairly large number of neighbors heard this?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And does that validate the initial analysis that using a shotgun in a residential neighborhood in an interior of a house is going to be heard?
Yes.
Okay, now you didn't know anything, by the way, and you haven't been given any information, have you, about the average response time of the Beverly Hills Police Department to gunshots in their little city?
No, I don't have that information.
Did you have the information that the Beverly Hills Police Department is located less than a mile from this particular crime scene?
No, I did not know that.
Okay, now you said the third factor here pointing towards or leading to the characterization as disorganized was the injuries to the victims. And what do you mean by that?
Injuries to victim is that you look at where on the body, in a gun shooting case, where the injuries are, and not only where they are on the body, but the number.
And why does that tell you something about organization versus, or how does that tell you something about organization versus disorganization?
Okay, the more organized type of person who shoots is going to use the minimum amount of shots to accomplish the task.
And why is that? Why is using a minimum amount, if you're more organized, preferable?
Because several reasons. One, they've thought about it, they've planned it out, they want to do it as fast as they can, if you will, and avoid detection, so to get out of the area fast.
Okay. And you said there was another?
Well, it's the type, also the type of weapon that's chosen to accomplish the task.
Okay, when you talk about that a more organized, a more planned shooting would use fewer shot, you put that in terms of getting out as fast as can. Is noise obviously also a factor?
Oh yes, noise is a factor, and the location, that the site, if you will, of the shot to again accomplish the task.
So
Side of the body.
In your analysis here, based on the photographs and the autopsy report and the testimony, did you determine that this was an unnecessarily large number of shots?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you determine that the number of shots here bespoke a disorganized crime scene?
Yes.
And you said that there was also an aspect of disorganization based on evidence of emotionality in this crime scene. And could you tell us what that means?
Yes. That the term is sometimes used overkill, that there is a more shots are fired than is necessary to accomplish the task. And this was the situation in this crime scene, that a large number, far more shots were fired than necessary.
So and that indicates that there is emotion involved?
Yes, that generally points to what's called a high degree of emotion.
Now, are there any indications based on any of the crime scene information as to what emotion might have been involved?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that's just a foundational question.
Well, we haven't laid a foundation for any such opinion.
All right. In the analysis in these guidelines for analysis that have been developed by the FBI, are there criteria concerning where the wounds are inflicted on victims that, based on all of the research, indicate particular attitudes by the perpetrator towards the victim?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the indicators here of disorganization was where the injuries were.
Yes.
Is that tied to the emotionality issue?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the research shown that the FBI has conducted about the location of injuries and the attitude or emotional state, if you will, of the perpetrator?
Yes, well, the research looks at, for example, if one site, one particular area is focused on, that indicates a lot of, it could be anger or rage, for example, in sexual homicide. Parts of the body are focused upon that speak to the emotion the person has towards the sexual parts.
Okay, so in one of the analysis, if it appears that a particular part of the body has been singled out, such as the sexual parts of the body in sexual crimes, that bespeaks anger towards the victim?
It speaks about their focus on those particular parts. In other areas, oftentimes face, there is an enormous amount of injury to the face. It doesn't have to be a gunshot, but it can be other beating and so forth, so that the site of the injury, whether it be by hand or by gun, is important. It's called either depersonalization, as a way to read the injury part of the victim.
Okay. Now, when you said to the face, you're talking about where most of the trauma is focused on one part.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, what analysis did you come up with concerning where the injuries were on these two decedents?
My analysis that the injuries were random, if you will. They were to all parts of the body. There was not one area singled out.
Did you determine that there were even injuries to parts of the body that would not be debilitating? I mean, to parts of the body that made no difference with respect to either bringing about a fatal response or debilitating the victim?
Objection vain.
Sustained.
What conclusion, based on this analysis, could be drawn, or what could be posited, if you will, about the fact that the injuries here appeared to be random and were to all parts of the body?
Well, that would speak to a more pervasive emotion than just one emotion, such as anger or rage or what, but would speak to a wider aspect.
Such as?
Such as fear.
Now, you said that there was a concept called staging,
Yes, I did.
and you indicated you found lack of staging here. Now, what is it that you saw or learned about this crime scene that led you to that conclusion? First of all, why don't you explain for us what staging means?
Staging means that the offender has done something to the crime scene to make it look like another crime occurred, or in some way to cover up or to lead investigators into another direction.
Okay. Now, is that like affirmatively putting things or doing things to make it look like somebody unlike the offender did the crime?
Yes, things can be actually added and brought in, or things can be removed, such as in removing items, burglarizing, to make it look like that was the primary intent.
Okay. Now, you said, though, that there were no shells found here, so something, and obviously you know about shotguns, these things fly out of them and they do hit the ground, right?
Yes.
So is the removal of the shells here staging, or is that something else?
No, that wouldn't necessarily be called staging, because it is removing, it's related to the weapon and removing the weapon, but not in the sense that it's trying to make it look like another type of crime. It's quite clear what the crime was, or the killings were.
Well, it also doesn't indicate any, strike that. You indicated one example of staging would be, for example, to make it look like the place was burglarized when in fact it was a domestic crime.
That's correct.
Or to move the bodies to make it look like there was some maybe potential for ransom or something like that when it was just a domestic crime.
That's correct.
So you didn't see any evidence of that staging?
No, I did not.
Now, you aware of the fact, based on testimony and police reports, that there actually were 2 rifles in the house at the time of the shooting?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Would it be considered staging if, for example, those rifles had been loaded by the shooters and placed in that family room?
That would be one indicator, or suggest one indicator, yes.
All right, let's take our recess until 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume at 1:30. Please don't.
And what does that bespeak concerning any of these indicators of disorganization?
In terms of targeting or focusing in on a particular site, it shows that there was much more of a random aspect to the shooting. It was not clearly planned into one area.
Okay. Now, in analyzing a crime scene for planning purposes, do you look at it with a view to different stages, planning stages?
Yes.
And what are the different planning stages?
There are 3 planning stages. One is where you try to get what's called the pre-crime, before the crime.
Pre-crime planning?
Planning, pre-crime planning.
Okay.
Second would be during the crime.
Okay. Now, if you talk about planning during the crime, that means taking additional action, planning additional action?
Yes, actually how it is enacted, how the crime is enacted.
Okay, so during the crime, how it's enacted bespeaks planning at that level or planning before the crime even began?
It may include both, but primarily what happens during that precise time.
Okay, and what's the third stage?
And then the third is the immediate post-crime behavior for planning.
All right, now, you have testified that there were 2 indicators of planning at some point in the fact that no shells were found, which means somebody took the time to pick them up, and the weapons were not left behind, meaning they were removed from the scene.
That's true.
Now, do those 2 facts, shells being picked up and weapons removed, do those speak to pre-crime planning, during crime planning, or post-crime planning?
They speak to post-crime planning.
Now, there is evidence in this case that is not evidence from the crime scene concerning reloading, okay?
Yes.
It's not your role here to comment on all the evidence in this case and decide whether this was or was not a planned crime, is it?
That's true.
You're here to analyze a crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you one hypothetical question, though, based on the number of injuries inflicted and the location of the injuries and the significance of those injuries from a mortality standpoint as testified to by the coroner, okay?
Yes.
And I want to give you this hypothetical question. If, hypothetically, there is one reloaded shot and it is to the left side of Mrs. Menendez's face, okay?
Yes.
In your opinion, was that more evidence of overkill?
Yes, it was.
Was that shot, based on your medical background and your reading the testimony here, necessary in any way to affect the death of Mrs. Menendez?
No, it was not necessary.
You're familiar with the coroner's testimony that she had received numerous other fatal wounds?
That is correct.
Now, is there another way of characterizing a crime scene, apart from disorganized and organized? Is there a way of characterizing it in terms of risk of detection?
Yes.
And did you make that analysis with respect to this crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And how would you characterize this crime scene with respect to risk of detection?
Characterize it as high risk of detection.
Now, you've indicated, all right, why don't you tell us what the factors are that lead you to characterize this as high risk of detection? I take it to the person who did the shooting.
Okay. Well, one of the indicators of detection would be getting evidence on one's person. And given the location, the type of weapon, there is a high probability that some of the blood from the close range firing of multiple shots would have in some way gotten on to the person or persons. The second is, of course, the location, the small area in which this crime occurred, and the noise from the multiple guns, and that it was in August at a time when doors would be open in terms of the noise being heard outside of that immediate area.
Now, in another respect, let's assume now, you can't tell when you analyze a crime scene, I take it, well, strike that. In looking at this crime scene when you analyze this crime scene, you put out of your head anything you knew about who was ultimately arrested and what the rest of the facts of the case were. Is that
Yes.
correct? And could you tell, just by a pure analysis of the physical evidence of the crime scene, whether there was one shooter or two shooters?
No.
Now, later on, of course, you know that both Eric and Lyle were arrested, and now you know, of course, that both Eric and Lyle have testified that they were the shooters in this crime scene.
Yes.
From the perspective, then, of two people shooting in this close space with shotguns, was there an additional element of risk, not of detection, but of another kind of risk in this crime scene?
In terms of, yes, in terms of, first of all, reloading was one issue, and the second of getting the evidence on them.
I'm talking about risk in a small space with two people shooting shotguns off.
Well, the noise certainly is going to be double the noise in terms of, and at fast, rapid, if you will, shooting, that the
How
noise
about
would
the-
be very loud.
How about the risk of shooting each other?
Oh, absolutely, knowing that they're absolutely.
So does the fact that two people would be involved in shooting a large number of rounds from shotguns, loaded mainly with size 4 buckshot in a relatively small space, bespeak careful, thoughtful planning?
No, it does not.
Now, in addition to the risk of evidence such as blood or from the actual shooting, are you familiar with, you've indicated you're familiar with shotguns, you're familiar with the forensic evidence that guns produce, are you not?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with gunshot residue testing, for example.
Yes, I am.
And firing a large number of rounds from a shotgun, does that produce a fairly large quantity of gunshot residue?
Yes, it does.
So if there is evidence that persons fired this kind of gun and there's no evidence that they wore anything protective to keep the residue off them, does that add to the high-risk nature of this crime scene?
Yes.
Now, in picking up the shells, okay, In analyzing this crime scene, when you looked at it and realized that the shooter had, or shooters had picked up the shells, although that bespeaks some post-crime planning, does it increase risk of detection post-crime?
Yes, it does.
And in what way?
Because the evidence can be found. It depends where the evidence goes, where it is ultimately put.
So there is a transportation period or a need then to try to dispose of something.
That's correct.
And if it's the person who did the shooting who's trying to do that, that person's running around with evidence.
That's correct.
Now, in these studies of particularly serial killers, people who have killed multiple times, where you see, I guess, the highest level of organization and planning,
That's correct, yes.
when people like that are planning crimes, do they plan for these eventualities, like you'll have to get rid of this and you'll have to get rid of that unless you do it this way or unless you do it that way?
Yes.
That's irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, they do.
So is the fact that you then take evidence and leave it in a place and call the police and bring them to that place a non-planned, non-thought-out type of activity?
Yes, it is.
Now, you're aware in this case, are you not, that it was Eric and Lyle who called the police, the defendants who called the police to the scene?
I am aware of that.
And you're aware, are you not, that prior to ever searching Eric Menendez's car, the police allowed Eric and Lyle Menendez to go to that car and they removed material from it?
I am aware of that.
Does the need to do that bespeak pre-crime planning?
No, it does not.
Is there, strike that, with disorganized crime scenes,
Yes.
is there a pattern to the apprehension of the perpetrators?
Yes, there is.
And what is that pattern?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
With highly disorganized crime scenes and in domestic type crimes, okay?
Yes.
Does the FBI train both their own agents and other law enforcement to look for the perpetrator right there at the scene?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
In this case, were the shooters right there at the scene when the police came?
Yes, they were.
Are disorganized crime scene creators ordinarily caught more quickly than organized crime scene creators?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Isn't the whole point of this crime scene analysis to assist the police in the swift apprehension of perpetrators?
Yes, it is.
And isn't it also standard investigative practice and taught as part of this crime scene classification that the person who calls in at a scene of a domestic crime is usually the prime suspect?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Now, you're aware, are you not, Dr. Burgess, that there's evidence in this case that Eric and Lyle Menendez purchased the weapons used some days before the shooting?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Now, is that activity any part of crime scene analysis or crime scene classification?
It may be, yes.
Does the fact that the weapons used in a disorganized crime scene were purchased days before change the analysis that the crime scene was still disorganized with respect to planning to avoid detection?
Objection, vague.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. Your opinion is that in applying these FBI guidelines of analysis that this crime scene bespeaks lack of pre-crime planning.
That is correct.
All right. Does the fact that the shotguns that were used were bought 3 days before change that?
No, it does not.
Okay, now I'm going to change the subject, if I might. After this 15-year project with the FBI, did you engage in other research?
Yes, I did.
Actually, during the same 15 years, you were doing other things as well, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And were you still, were you involved in a clinical practice as well as your teaching?
Yes, I was.
And did you, during those same years, publish articles and other writings concerning abused children, sexually molested children, victims of sexual assault?
Yes, I did.
And did that research and the clinical practice, in your clinical practice you treat sexually abused persons, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Did that lead you to another area of research apart from this crime scene analysis and victimology?
Yes, it did.
And what area of research did that work lead you to?
The area of research led to the understanding of the brain and its functioning. And this came about because in our clinical work, my colleague Carol Hartman and I noticed how persistent symptoms were that victims had. And despite our efforts to try to extinguish some of those symptoms, we were not having a great deal of success. And so we looked for information that could help us to better understand it. If we could better understand it, that would give us some ideas of where to point our directions for treatment.
Okay, let me interrupt you
Okay.
for a minute so we can get some definition here of some terms you've used. You said in treating your patients in your clinical practice, these were victims of.
Yes, of crime victims or trauma victims.
Okay. When you talk about trauma victims, do sexually molested children and other abused children fit within that category of trauma victims?
Yes, they do.
Do Vietnam War veterans fit within that category of trauma victims?
Yes, they do.
Do children who have observed wars or violence in the home fit within that category of trauma victims?
Yes, they do.
Are people who are involved, not just victims of crime, but victims of accidents where they're badly hurt, can they be trauma victims?
Yes, they may be.
All right. And does your practice include people from all those categories of trauma victims?
Yes, they do.
Now, you said there were persistent symptoms. Were these symptoms related to the trauma?
Yes, they were.
And you said you couldn't reach them in therapy. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you couldn't reach these symptoms in therapy?
Using traditional therapy, which is talking therapy, psychotherapy.
You couldn't get rid of the symptoms? Is that what you mean?
Yes, I mean, we could do a lot of talking, but the intrusive thoughts and the images were still very present in the victims, the patients.
That was my next question. What were the symptoms that were proving so resistant to therapy?
The recurring thoughts of what had happened, and it would be both the visual images that they had, it would be wherever from a sensory standpoint, they might see things, they might hear things, they may smell things, they would get a re-experiencing of the traumatic event.
And is this an area that's been subject to a fair amount of research, the fact that traumatized people tend to re-experience aspects of the trauma?
Yes.
Is this something that in fact began as research into what used to be called shell shock and the experience of soldiers in war?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you wanted to get more information to understand why you couldn't help these patients stop having these replays, if you will, of the trauma.
Yes.
And where did you look to get that information?
We began reviewing the information that was available in the latest brain research, the way the mind worked, if you will, the cognitive sciences, the brain research, stress response theory, and information processing theory.
Was there some basic fund of knowledge about why trauma was producing this replay effect.
Yes, there was some basic information on that.
Could you give us some of that information as, I mean, not dumbed down, but simple enough that we can get it without having to spend 3 or 4 hours listening to it, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
if you could.
Okay. Basically, we identified the area where much of this processing problem occurred.
What do you
And-
mean by processing problem?
Okay. Information comes into a person's mind via neurons that are housed in the brain. They're, if you will, like little neural mappings that we have in our brains, and there are neurotransmitters that carry information from one point to another. And this is basically what comprises how people think and organize their thinking.
Okay, so information comes in and it follows some kind of little map for that kind of information?
That's right. There are various areas in the brain, if you will, that get stimulated depending on what kind of information is coming in.
Okay.
And the area that houses, if you will, the most important part of the brain for all of this is what's called the limbic system. And this limbic system is a group of brain regions. There are actually 3 very important parts of this limbic system. I can say what they are if you want.
Well, I'm going to give you the diagram in a few minutes.
Okay.
May we
Okay.
approach, please?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a little bit of further discussion, the lawyers and I and the witness, so we'll give you a break here until 2:30. Don't discuss the matter among yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll resume at 2:30.
Just because she doesn't know biology doesn't mean we have
All
to
right,
teach it
let's
to her.
not bicker here. There is an objection as to the foundation and as to the nature of the research and whether or not the research itself is accepted as reliable information in the medical community, and the results of that research and the specific conclusions that have been drawn from that are the issues here.
Well, Your Honor, with all due respect, I don't believe the people are entitled to a complete run-through of this witness's testimony. And our understanding is Kelly Fry, even if it were still the law, and I don't believe it still is, does not apply to basic medical research, which
Well,
has...
People versus Kelly is the law in the state of California, and that's, as far as I know, the rule, and Mr. Burt wants to pop up and say something otherwise here. I see.
Well,
But with all due respect, you're going to have to lay a foundation.
okay. Dr. Burgess, do you teach the
Could I be
functioning...
heard on that point?
Yeah.
Just because it may focus whatever it is the objection
Sure.
is here. The court made reference to the McDonald case at sidebar.
Yes.
And
I analogized what the offer of proof is to some extent to the type of evidence introduced in People versus McDonald, or that was not introduced in People versus McDonald, that the Supreme Court said should have been.
yes, and this is a quote from People versus McDonald where the court says, "We have never applied the Kelly Fry rule to expert medical testimony, even when the witness is a psychiatrist and the subject matter is as esoteric as a reconstruction of a past state of mind or the prediction of future dangerousness or even the diagnosis of an unusual form of mental illness not listed in the diagnostic manual of the American Psychiatric Association." And then following up on McDonald is People versus Stoll, S-T-O-L-L, which we cited to the court in another context.
Yes.
And that also indicates that medical testimony, expert opinion testimony, along the lines of psychological testimony or medical testimony is not subject to a Kelly Fry objection. So that's why I raised with the prosecution what the basis for the objection is. If it's qualification, that seems to be one thing, but I don't think it's subject to a Kelly Fry objection.
Well, Kelly Fry is a standard, whether it's that standard or some other lesser standard that is applied, still there should be a foundation laid before such evidence is introduced. If there is an objection made in a timely fashion to it, the court has a discretion to conduct these hearings outside the presence of the jury and has elected to do so. We've done that with various witnesses that the prosecution has called, and we're doing it with this one. People did not object to any of these other matters that have been gone into so far by this witness, but they are objecting to this, and it is as far as this court is concerned, a novel area of evidence, and one that the court feels is subject to a foundation. Whether you label it one way or another, or what standard I use to evaluate it is not the point at this time, but the foundation should be established.
I'd like to sit down because I'm freezing. And it's warmer if you sit down, I've learned in this courtroom.
Okay, it's a new physical phenomenon. Hot air does not rise. Okay. That is
It
not
wouldn't
subject
matter
to
if
Kelly
it.
Fry test.
It wouldn't matter if it did, because I'm too short to ever get to the hot air you're on.
Well, that's why it's so warm up here. All right, you may proceed.
You're too kind, too often. Dr. Burgess, do you teach the operation of the limbic system at University of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I do.
And how many? We will mark him in a minute. How long have you been teaching this particular area of medical and biological research?
Since 1986.
And how well researched is the operation of the human limbic system?
It came into the literature with Walter Buchanan back in 1929 when he described the fight-flight phenomenon.
And is the limbic system as the source of the human brain's response to fear, is that an area that has been researched for some 60-odd years?
Yes.
And is it included in medical textbooks, medical journals? Is it taught even in high schools as basic biological science?
Yes, it is.
And was the basic research in this area, does it still continue, the basic animal research in the functioning of the brain?
Yes, it does.
Now, is it possible to do basic research on human beings when it comes to brain function?
No, it is not.
So is all the research that has been conducted, basic research in the actual workings of the brain, been conducted on animals over all these years?
Primarily with animals, but I should say that there is beginning research, especially on people that have organic brain issues like Alzheimer's and so forth, to begin to apply and study. It's not necessarily going into the brain, but it certainly is trying to see the origin, if you will, of the problem so that we can do something about it.
Well, medical technology has advanced to the point in the last, say, 15 years where certain brain functions can actually be observed without having to cut somebody's head open and cut out the brain.
That's
correct?
right.
So to the extent that medical technology allows access to the brain, some of this basic research is now being done on real humans.
That's correct, yes.
But prior to that, when the fundamental research in limbic system as the source of the so-called fight, flight, or fear response had to be conducted on animals because you couldn't cut up people's heads.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, in your research, first of all, the research that you have been doing has to do with seeing how the limbic system functions with respect to people who have been traumatized by fear.
That is correct.
And trying to understand how the traumatization by fear impacts the limbic system.
That is correct.
And also trying to see how such people who have been traumatized by fear react to fear, if you will, in a biological sense. What happens to their brains?
That's correct.
And this research is being conducted by how many different groups that you're aware of?
There are many groups that are conducting this. Want me to list them?
Well, the ones that, besides your own research in this, there are others.
Right. Bessel van der Kolk has done research. Bruce Perry has done research. A lot of the VA, Veterans Administration hospitals, are now funded to do research on their veterans.
The group of veterans who have been traumatized?
Yes, that's correct.
And basically, what is the findings of this research concerning the limbic system in traumatized people?
Well, the finding is that at least there is that area, that it is there, and probably the more...
What is there?
That's where the fear response is. When that gets activated, what they are now looking at is what's called the recoding, the genetic recoding that develops into the, explains why the ability of the person to have this flashback, to have this thought come back into their mind with what appears to be no stimulation. In other words, they're not back in a traumatizing situation, but they're still getting the re-experiencing of the flashback.
So they're beginning to understand by studying the brain that there has been some genetic recoding of the neural structure of this set of regions of the brain.
Yeah, because there is always cellular death, and so with the new cells that are part of the way our bodies operate, there is that new genetic recoding, and it recodes for a higher level of fear, is what the current research suggests.
Now, the research that's been done that actually shows regeneration of cells or new genetic makeup, that's that basic research that's still being done on animals to show that their brains recode.
That is correct.
And this research is being applied, if you will, to the behaviors of traumatized people and is explaining their behaviors based on this physiological phenomenon that has now been studied.
Yes.
Is there anything in the methodology, either of the studying of this genetic recoding, the basic research, or in the methodology of the applied research to explain the behaviors, that is anything new or different than standard medicine, standard biology, and standard psychology?
No.
Has this explanation for behavioral changes in trauma victims based on this genetic recoding of the limbic system gained acceptance in the community that treats, evaluates, diagnoses trauma victims?
Yes.
And has this research and these understandings been incorporated in the therapy and treatment of trauma victims?
Yes, it has been.
Has the understanding that there is a physiological cause for the flashbacks altered the way therapy is now being given to, say, post-traumatic stress disorder victims, Vietnam War veterans, traumatized children, that group of trauma victims?
Yes, it definitely has.
And is there extensive now publication and teaching in the new way to treat these people because of the understanding that there is a biological and physical cause to these flashbacks and not just a psychological one?
Yes.
Your Honor, and I think that's an adequate foundation, but who am I? If the court feels...
That's what I say.
I know you do, at every opportunity, but...
Okay, yeah,
There you
always get
go.
the last word, but at this point, the prosecution has a right to cross-examine.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, then they will.
What is the limbic system?
The limbic system is a group of brain regions that primarily are composed of the hippocampus, the hypothalamus, and the meglioid section.
All right, just for a moment, let's move that chart over this way, and then we'll let the jurors come in so that they can be more comfortable in the jury room. All right? Go ahead.
I believe you indicated that in 1929, research began on, and was it on changes in the limbic system caused by fear or the limbic system itself?
No, it was Cannon's initial work on fight-flight phenomenon.
And was that a study that was done in relationship to the limbic system? Or was that a psychological study?
Oh, no, it was a physiological study that really began to explain behavior in the face of frightening situations.
And it was the beginning of research into the biological origins of fear and the response to fear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you've indicated that there's beginning to be research studies on a further refinement of the biology, which would be genetic recoding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say it's beginning, when did it begin, and in what phase is this research?
Okay, the research really began about in the mid-'80s when the NIH began to fund research studies in this area. So it's roughly been a good 10 years where an enormous amount of money, federal money, has gone into various labs around the country to better understand the way the brain works and to begin to help explain behavior.
You talk about the way the brain works. The money that's been funded through the NIH on the way the brain works is not just confined to the phenomena of fear, but other things such as Alzheimer's disease,
Oh, yes.
the genetic origins of disease,
Right,
perhaps?
actually, all the human genome study, which they're really trying to identify within cells the genetic component, so that it is a wider cut of types of studies, but they're all related to brain research. It comes under the rubric of the decade of the brain is what it's called, what the funding has been for.
And so the research is beginning, and I think you said the current research suggests, I think that was your word, suggests, that brain recoding, genetic recoding goes on as a result of continued application of fear. Would that be correct?
Yeah, as the fear is experienced, then there is an overstimulated, in other words, overwhelmed, so that there is going to be now some new recoding. That is when that seems to occur. That's what the research suggests.
Okay, but by suggests, is that the same as conclusively proven?
It's a research term. We always
Okay.
say suggest.
All right, and when you suggest as a scientist, what are you trying to suggest?
Well, you suggest what the research is suggesting.
But it's not, is that, to me, suggestion means it's not, it's an idea, it's an inference, but it's not necessarily conclusive.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd just say that tends to be the language that we use. I could
Well-
pick another word.
All right.
I prefer to use more research terms.
All right. In your mind, has it been conclusively proven that exposure to fear creates genetic recoding?
I'm going to object to that. That's not appropriate on the relevancy issue
Right.
or foundation issue. That's a weight attack.
No, it has to do with the reliability and the scientific evidence, which is what the court is concerned with here. Objection overruled.
Do you remember my question?
Yes, I believe, my opinion is that the research is quite substantial in this area that states that genetic recoding does occur in terms of the fear response when the person has been overwhelmed with fear.
And what is the effect of the genetic recoding when a person is then exposed to fear another time?
Yeah, what happens is the recoding has to do with survival, because fear is tied into survival, that the basic instinct in a person is to survive. So that when it gets recoded, it now gets recoded in terms of a higher level. And one of the terms that is used is what's called rekindling. So that when this person who is now exposed to another fearful situation will not take as much as someone who has not been to elicit this fear. So that's why we talk about the fear level increases. The cueing in can be much more subtle than in someone who has not been exposed to such fearful situations.
Now, psychology has suspected this for a long time, correct? That repeated exposure to fear lessens the time in which a person reacts to it.
It's been in their literature, yes.
Okay, and it's now, since the mid-'80s and the decade of the brain, that people are beginning to look at the biological origins of a psychological response.
That's
Would that be fair to say?
correct, yeah.
Okay. Is there any way to test a particular human being who's still alive to see if the genetic recoding has occurred?
Well, you see it in their behavior. You mean, well, they're doing the PETs, well,
In other words, not
Yeah.
a test like an X-ray. I mean,
well, they do the scannings. They use the PET scannings. This is the imaging that, as the technology has so improved in terms of being able to study the brain, that's really what's being used for humans, as opposed to studying it, of course, in animals.
Okay. Is dissecting the brain a better way to determine if there's been genetic recoding?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. That is not a foundational question. That is an argumentative question.
Well, in a general sense, has it ever been verified by looking at a brain of a deceased and analyzing it with this in mind?
Well, they do look at brains of deceased people. For example, Alzheimer's is just one good example. Schizophrenics are another good example, where they really do go in after someone has died to try to see where in the brain, if there are any, whatever they can see.
Observable defects that might explain the Alzheimer's.
Yeah, but the problem is when you have a person that's deceased, you don't have that response. You don't have the potential for the response, because
You can't stimulate the brain anymore.
you can't stimulate the brain.
Okay. I think what my question then is, Is there a test that you could do on a human being to see if they've had genetic recoding, which would indicate to you that they have been subjected to multiple incidents of fear?
Well, one of the problems is you don't have the before, you don't have the after.
All right, so
You have the new coding, if you will.
can you say that a specific person that you're interviewing has genetic recoding?
You can certainly tell their level of fear, and this is where this has been so useful in the applied section to persons who have been traumatized, because once you get a clear understanding of what it is that originally has traumatized them, then you can begin to make the association, the link, if you will, to what in the current situation is triggering that fear reaction. Because they give an actual explanation, the whole body reacts, the heart increases, the blood, everything kind of activates for preparing the person to fight or flee.
But in terms of there are all kinds of physiological responses to fear, correct?
Yes.
You've just described many of them.
Yes.
And in addition, there is the genetic recoding that occurs as the stimulus increases or persists over time.
Correct.
Correct? And do you have any way of knowing how much stimulus is necessary to trigger genetic recoding?
No, I don't. I don't personally know that right now without researching it.
All right. Is there any way that you can talk about the neurobiology of fear,
Yes.
but is there any way to apply it to a specific individual and say that this specific individual suffers from genetic recoding or has experienced genetic recoding, and that means they've been exposed to fear?
Well, we don't say it that way.
Well, is there a way to say it that's comparable to what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, what we would say is they get an alteration in their fear processing. See, this now ties in with the way information comes into the brain and gets processed. So it has to link in, because humans have a factor that animals don't. They have cognition. They have a brain that can, think and talk, etc. So that is what ties in. So yes, to your question, that you can see an altered response to fear processing. They do not process fear as people who have not been exposed to that trauma do.
But the way you determine that is by just observing the human being's response to fear.
Well, one of the things that's occurring in the research is to try to get some of the chemicals. See, stress hormones are released in the brain, and it interferes with the way the information goes back and forth, so that they are beginning to look at what, blood tests is going to be one possibility to see that people have this higher level of stress hormones, brain hormones.
Has that methodology been perfected? In other words,
yes. I mean, the pharmacology of trying to treat was one of the very promising areas to now give the medications that can reduce the fear processing. So yes, there are, and these are drug trials that go on, and they're specifically looking at, for example, PTSD in a way of reducing that intrusive imagery.
And the way they're doing it is by giving certain kinds of
Unless
medicine.
this is something that's going to be introduced here, let's get on to something else.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to ask the question again, and maybe, is there any way you can test an individual, for instance, Eric Menendez, and say with certainty that he has had genetic recoding as a result of being exposed to fear?
There is not a blood test currently available. That's the only way you would be able to neurobiologically look at it.
All right.
And you have to do it at the time that they're being under stress, so that seeing someone at a current state when you're trying to look back is not necessarily, you're not necessarily going to get those stress hormones.
There are other physiological responses that you can look at to determine if someone is undergoing stress, such
Yes.
as the things that you look for in a lie detector test, right? Increased heart rate, perspiration.
I don't know about that.
Because who knows what lie detector tests are all about? I don't think it's...
All right, get on to something else.
Okay. But there is presently no way to establish that a particular individual has had this genetic decoding as long as they're still alive, correct?
Well, no, you can observe their behavior. I mean, that's what we have currently, and what this does is not to explain the behavioral symptoms, so that it really adds to what we already have.
But you're looking
Peace.
at You're looking at behavior, and you're not running a chemical test.
But that's what fear response is behavior.
All right. I have nothing further.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, just to clarify one thing, you've always known, I mean, I won't say always, but for a long, long time, how the body reacts to fear with respect to releasing hormones, releasing chemicals, that's all been known, that's been mapped, that's been measured, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The more recent additional piece of knowledge to how the body reacts to fear is that the brain itself undergoes genetic changes.
That's correct.
And that's been proven in the animal studies where they have then dissected the little critters and looked at their brain and seen that they've been remapped.
Yes.
Correct? So that's just a further explanation, the biological root, therefore, of what's triggering all those hormones, all that chemical reaction, all that behavior.
That's correct.
So that's how it's understood now.
Yes.
The behavior's still there, and it's observable.
Yes.
All right, let me ask the defense, what exactly is it that you intend to elicit from this witness in her testimony?
Pretty much what she's just been testifying to, that they understand that this is the source of the fear response in humans, that it sends out these chemicals that cause behaviors when under stress, that in people who have experienced traumatic stress in the past, the brain may react to an even lower level of stimulation than in people who have not previously experienced fear, traumatic fear. That when the brain does react, it stimulates this chemical reaction that causes behaviors that is not hooked into the cognitive section of the brain, but is hooked into the limbic system, which is an intuitive, autonomic type of system.
And is she going to testify as an expert in regards to either defendant, that she has examined them or formed any opinions that, in fact, that they have suffered this physiological change?
No. She's going to say that, in her opinion, Eric Menendez has suffered traumatic fear in the past, particularly concerning his sexual molestation by his father, and and he has a history of intrusive thoughts about that. But more important, he also has a history of high anxiety and hyper-monitoring behavior, and that
This is all based on information that has been provided to the witness from other sources, such as anecdotes of one sort or another?
all kinds of behavioral information, not just from Eric, but from testing, from school records, all the stuff that we've heard about.
Basically, she assumes that all that has occurred, and if it did occur, it would create a certain response in an individual. Is that basically what you're saying?
Well, what she's going to say is based on his behavioral response. He's not going to say that she cannot say his brain is altered and therefore that's this response. She's going to say his behavioral responses are such that the understanding now is there may actually be a change in the brain that causes these behavioral responses. That's what the research shows, that there's actually a biological trigger. Now, there's always been a biological trigger for fear. What she's going to testify to is with traumatized people, that biological trigger may operate on a lower level. So where before, Your Honor, for example, the kind of information...
But she's not saying that that is what occurred, or if it did occur at all in Eric Menendez.
Well,
she's describing in general that is what happens.
Well, that's all she's doing before both juries. We can duke out how far she can go down the path about Eric Menendez in front of his jury alone, but she isn't going to do that in front of both.
Okay, so what is the people's position in regards to this?
The position is that the neurobiology of fear is not relevant to this particular case because there's no way of showing that there's no way currently of showing that these defendants have in fact had this genetic recoding, which would account for them having this biological response. And as to the genetic recoding, now as to the biological response of the flight or the fight and the increased heart rate and the release of certain kinds of adrenaline, for instance, that might be pertinent because those are things that can be tested for. But in terms of what you can't test for this, obviously, the test is not available. There's no blood test for it. And all she can do is say, in general, this is what the research tends to show may be occurring. And there may be a change in the brain, but we don't know if there's a change in their brain. So how is it relevant?
Well, let me just say, this is no different than what Eris was talking about. The psychological evidence of battered and abused people indicates that they pick up on very subtle cues. They see fear where other people might not see it, and they react to it on a heightened level because of their experience. This is no different, except it explains the biological basis for it. That's all.
Are you saying this happens in all individuals, this biological change in the brain, or just in some?
No, this does happen when the individual's overwhelmed with fear.
In everybody?
Yes.
And this recoding, genetic recoding that you've described, that happens in everybody?
If it's sufficient. Now, that piece isn't quite clear, but certainly people get the fight-flight phenomenon.
right.
Fight-flight is a
Fight-flight.
phenomenon that applies to every human being
That's
and
correct.
every animal on the face
That's
of the
correct.
earth. Whether there's been a recoding so that
Okay,
someone...
let's not-
Yep.
Okay? I just want to make it clear for you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I understand the part of it. Okay, in light of the evidence introduced here, the court finds that the defense has met its minimal burden for a foundation for this evidence to be produced. It doesn't mean that the witness may testify in regards to what actually happened in the situation of each defendant, but she can describe in general the nature of this reaction. Right. Anything else now before we proceed? All right, let's get the juries in. As I indicated, one juror needs to take a break at 3:15 to go to a medical appointment, so that's what will happen. And we're ready to proceed.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, before we get into an actual explanation and going through the diagrams of the brain and the schematic of the brain that's up there, with respect to the limbic system, has the limbic system of the brain been studied for some time as the location of the human body's response to fear-inducing stimulus?
Yes, it has.
And is that the place where a fear stimulus comes in and where a set of reactions begin?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And what has been known in the recent, how far back does this particular research on the limbic system as the fear response locus?
The writing goes back to 1929, Walter Buchanan.
Okay.
Who,
And what was the basic understanding from all the, and there's been research in this over the years as well.
yes, there has been.
It's almost 60 years of research.
Yes.
More than 60 years. And what is the basic understanding, biological working of this part of the brain as the locus for the body's fear response? How does it work?
How does it work? First of all,
Before we do the
Oh,
diagram,
okay.
if you could just give us a general idea of how it works.
okay. In the brain, there are what are called billions of neurons, and the task of these neurons is to transmit information.
Mm-hmm.
The brain also is mapped. It's what's called neural mapping, and so that they can trace how the parts of the brain interact with each other. And these neurons take the information back and forth. In the limbic system is also housed where information comes in. So it's a very, very important part of the brain where information comes in, as well as the center for alarm and protection.
Now, it's that center. Let's say a piece of fear-inducing information comes in, okay?
Yes.
I step off the curb and a truck is coming towards me,
Yes,
right? Now, that information gets processed into this system,
yes,
and this is also the system where my body's going to respond to that truck.
yes.
Okay, what does my body do in response to that truck?
Okay, there are 3 phases. The first is what's called, as the person reacts, is the preparatory phase. And this is where the body is alerted that there is some danger. Maybe you hear that truck coming down the street. And so what starts to activate are the brain hormones, the stress hormones, that are now going to prepare the individual for the second phase, which is where the body now must make a decision as to whether it is going to fight or flee. In other words, are you going to jump back out of the street as that truck comes, or are you going to run across the street to try to get out of its way?
Okay, now before you get to fight or flight, I think I'll give you a different example than a truck for that. But first of all, what are the hormones that the brain releases?
Okay. There are actually 2, and it's what's called a kind of biphasic, in other words, 2 phases. It's the noradrenergic system gets activated.
Okay.
And
Called the N system.
Yeah, and it has what's called, it inhibits and it activates. So this is the 2 phases that is now, which speaks to the fight-flight phenomenon, so that you have both of these stress hormones going, and it shows itself also in one's body, because it is preparing the body to fight so that the muscles get taut, the heart beats.
Is this what releases adrenaline?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, well,
that's
that's
one
sort
of
of-
the stress hormones.
Okay,
Yes.
so one of the stress hormones releases adrenaline or activates the adrenal system to release adrenaline?
Right, and it gets activated in the brain. Even though people feel it in the rest of their body, the brain is the primary place where it gets activated. And then, because these neurons are telling the rest of the body what to do, how to prepare itself to do something.
Okay, and people usually report that there are certain physiological symptoms of terror, if
Yes,
you will.
they do.
Rapid heartbeat, for
Yes.
example. That's because of adrenaline. That's one of the things that the stress hormones releases?
Yes, it's getting more blood, if you will, to the body so that it will be prepared.
Okay, adrenaline stimulates the heart to beat.
Yes,
The beating creates more blood.
that's right.
Okay. People also talk about a tingling sensation, breathing sensations. Are these things sometimes sweat breaking out on the brow,
Yes.
clamminess, and that? Are these physiological reactions all caused by the release of these stress hormones from this center of the brain?
Yes, and it's all automatic. It's not under anybody's control. This just happens automatically.
Now, you said the first phase is the alarm bells are going off.
Yes,
And all this stuff is flowing.
yes.
Okay. The second phase now is when the body needs to take action of some kind.
That's correct.
In talking about, and this has been called the fight-flight stage, correct?
That's correct.
And let's talk about it in terms of fight-flight. Let's say somebody is coming at me to attack me. His fists are up and
Yes.
looks really angry. Now I've got to decide, my body's got to decide whether to fight him or to run.
That's right.
Okay. Now, what is going on then biologically in this second stage when I'm being faced by this attack?
Well, that's essentially when all of the hormones are spreading to tell the body to pick two of these decisions of what you're going to do, make a decision.
Okay. All right. And how is this decision making made? Now, I mean, is this if the body's with all these alarm bells going on, okay,
Mm-hmm.
is the decision to fight or flight a decision that's made in the cognitive part, or is this a decision that's being made from this automatic everything's flowing part?
Well, see, it generally is automatic because people, again, to use the other analogy, are going to jump back if they see a truck coming.
They're
And
not gonna think
They're
I
not
should
even going to think, right. They're just going to, because it's instinctual. The fear response is present in the body to protect the person from danger. So survival becomes the main goal, if you will, of why this whole system gets activated.
And these reactions, this fight-flight reaction, is instantaneous and automatic?
Yes.
Okay, and now, in this particular phase, when the body is sprung into action, either jumping back or running forward, is there another set of hormones that get released, triggered from the limbic system?
Yes, and then there's the third phase.
Okay.
And this is what's called the blunting phase. And now the hormones change to kind of blunt pains. Take, for example, a physical trauma. In other words, people can not even realize that they've had an injury, and they see the next day that their arm is black and blue. And they might even say, how did I get that? Then they will have to think back to how they got it, because the blunting, if you will, the opioid system is activated to protect the person from the pain.
Now, the body releases opiate-type hormones that act upon neurons in such a way, nerve endings, that you don't feel pain.
That's right.
Now, is that the same thing that happens, say, if you're confronted and you're stabbed and you don't feel the wound
That's right.
for a
Yeah.
while?
Yes. In fact, trauma victims coming into an emergency room very often will describe that quite vividly.
Okay, so we've been through these three stages. The first hormones are the alert system. Then there's the second phase where the body automatically reacts, and
Yes.
then there's the third blunting phase.
That's right.
Now, in this blunting phase, when the opiate system is activated, are there physical symptoms of this as well?
Yes.
And what are the physical symptoms of this?
What happens here is if the danger finally passes, then the body now is in almost an exhausted phase. And if there has been too much stimulation and activation of all of this, I mean, you can ultimately get death from such extended trauma. But essentially, in situations we've just been talking about, the person would feel kind of exhausted. There's a crisis, and all the body reacts, and then they would just feel a lot of exhaustion. And that's the way the body is going to rejuvenate itself, get itself back, if you will, reset itself. The brain's got to reset itself.
Okay. Now, with respect to those things that set off the alarms to begin with, the fear response, okay, is there a terminology for what those things are that set off a fear response?
Well, extreme danger.
Okay. Are there cues that set off a fear response?
Yeah, anything in the environment that the person feels as a threat is going to set that off.
Now, your research was not this fundamental research into how the limbic system works, because that's been a given in medical biological circles for a long time, correct?
That's correct.
Your research and other more recent research has to do with what? With tying this to what?
Well, applying this to the symptoms that we see in traumatized populations so that we can better assist and help someone who has had a traumatizing experience.
Okay. Now, has it been understood and known in psychological research for some time that people who have been traumatized, who have experienced overwhelming fear over the course of their life, tend to react differently to new threats of fear than people who have not been traumatized by fear?
Yes.
And what is the difference that has been studied from watching and knowing about the behaviors of people?
Okay. What happens when there's been overwhelming fear and it's been repeated very often is that in the brain there is what's called a genetic recoding. And so the fear level now for that person is going to be at a different level than for someone who has not experienced whatever that fear was.
Before we get to that, let's just talk about a behavioral stand before we get to what the brain is doing, okay? The recent research shows that there's actually been genetic changes in the brains of overwhelmingly traumatized people.
Yes.
So their brain system will operate automatically in response to new fear cues at a much quicker level than people who have never been subjected to overwhelming fear.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But before we get to this new research on genetic recoding, was there observable in the behavior of people who had been traumatized, overwhelmed by fear, that they were having fear reactions?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They were having fear reaction based on much lower levels of stimulus than my truck coming down the street.
Yes.
Okay. So a horn could honk and they'd freak out, basically.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. And you have said that you were led into this research because of intrusive thoughts, of flashbacks, of re-experiencing fearful events among trauma victims.
That's correct.
But was there also observed, apart from people having flashbacks or re-experiencing, was there also observed among traumatized people heightened sensitivity to cues of potential fear?
Yes. Yes.
Was there also observed anxiety levels in these people, a sort of high ongoing level of fear?
Yes.
You're familiar with the research on abused children that talks about such things as hypervigilance.
Yes, I am.
What does hypervigilance have to do with this discussion about fear and reaction to fear?
In essence, that observation is explained by this fear-altered process. In other words, something in the environment is causing that the person is constantly searching the environment for anything that may be dangerous.
And that seems to be a common characteristic of people who have been traumatized by fear-inducing behaviors?
Yes, it is.
All right, with abused children, for example, or battered wives, for example, people who have been physically or psychologically or sexually assaulted,
Yes.
do they develop patterns of hypervigilance, minute watching of the behaviors of the people who have assaulted them or battered them?
Yes, they do.
And do they appear as a group to have this generalized high level of anxiety?
Yes, they do.
And has there been a great deal of research on how easily thrown into high levels of fear they are by the slightest changes or cues in the behavior of their batterers?
Yes, in that type of situation, yes.
Now, the latest research that you were talking about, this genetic recoding, okay? How does this research connect to this behavioral, psychological body of research that's existed for some time?
Okay. Well, the genetic recoding now explains why the person is at a higher level of fear and must survey their environment in this heightened way.
Is there a notion that's come from this, strike that, is it now believed that people who experience these fear-inducing traumas, that their brain actually repatterns?
Yes, it gets rewired, repatterned. That's, yes.
And is there a term, rekindling, that is associated with this research?
Yes, there is.
And would you explain to us what the rekindling term means?
Rekindling essentially means that as the new people have not been traumatized are at one level. People who have been traumatized, it takes much less to activate their fear response. And literally, it's a term. Rekindling means that there already is a base there for the fear to be activated, and so it just takes much less or more subtle kinds of cues in the environment to activate their fear response.
I think it's 3:15, Your Honor.
All right, we do have a situation where one of the jurors has an emergency medical appointment to attend to, so we'll accommodate that and recess for the day and for the week. In the trial, we have both defendants in court with all counsel and both jury panels as well. And to everybody, good morning. We're ready to resume with the trial. We have the witness back on the witness stand. Would you state your name again for the record, please?
Ann Wolbert Burgess.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes.
And you may proceed with your direct examination.
Dr. Burgess, last Friday you had started to discuss this model, if you will, this neurobiological model to explain the fear responses of traumatized persons.
Yes.
Now, before this, the research that led to the construction of this particular model, was there a substantial amount of research and literature on the observed behaviors with respect to fear of traumatized persons?
Yes, there was.
And was there in this research common patterns of how sexually molested children, abused children, war veterans, rape victims, accident victims, and other traumatized people dealt with fear?
Yes, there was.
And would you describe for the juries what that behavioral model was?
Well, the behavioral model did describe the various symptoms that included the hyperarousal, the being on guard, the scanning of the environment, and also what's called the startle reflex, that traumatized persons would have a higher level of being startled. There were also other symptoms that were described in the behavioral literature that looked at what we call anxious symptoms, avoidance symptoms, and other kinds of symptoms.
And under this behavioral model, was there efforts to understand such things as hypervigilance, which I think involves scanning the environment for cues?
Yes.
And the anxiety, the sort of across-the-board anxiety of battered and abused women, battered and abused children?
Yes.
And when you talk about avoidance, what kinds of behaviors were demonstrating avoidance?
Avoidance behaviors would be considered some of withdrawing from activities, being depressed, all the way to even some suicide ideation, suicidal thoughts.
And those were common symptoms in this class of people?
Yes, they were identified in the literature.
Now, was there also a behavioral model for the intrusive thoughts, or what we've called flashbacks?
Yes, there,
Okay.
excuse me, yes, there was.
And what were those things considered under the behavioral model?
Under the behavioral model, the type of treatment that was generally used was talking therapy, psychotherapy, cognitive therapy. There are a wide range of models considered under psychotherapy.
What was that symptom, though, of recurrent thoughts or full-blown flashbacks with very little cueing, if you will, very little common characteristics starting the process up?
Right.
What were they considered?
Well, they were considered, they were just considered recurring thoughts, and they may also have been treated by a more behavioral type of model, where they would try to extinguish the thought. It's called thought stopping. They would encourage the person to, the minute the thought came into the mind, to put it out of the mind.
And those therapies, either the behavioral thought stopping or the talking therapy, we strike that. What was the purpose of talking therapy to try to give insight so the person would understand why they were reacting?
Yes, that's the purpose.
And in traditional therapy, is there an expectation that if a person has insight as to why they're behaving, they can then modify the behavior or the feelings?
Yes, that's the intent.
Now, were these talking therapies or behaviorist therapies effective with traumatized people to either stop the intrusive thoughts or to get rid of these hyperarousals, scannings, startles, anxieties? Were they working?
Well, they were not working certainly in a population group of traumatized persons.
And based on that, is that when you and others started looking for a biological explanation for why these things were not reachable through therapy?
Yes.
Now, you told us a little bit about this system, these regions in the brain that control a person's reactions to fear-inducing stimulus.
Yes.
There are two charts up on the board. One is a schematic, I guess, and one is a cross-section of the brain. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you utilize those charts to try to explain to the jurors how information processing in this area, fear, operates in the brain?
Yes.
Okay.
May I?
Push.
If we take this large, what's called a mid-sagittal view of the human brain, you can see that there are kind of like layers here. And the one that we're most interested in terms of the limbic system is this section that is actually colored in. You can see how it extends. It's a fairly long area, this being more of a cortical area. If we move over to this, this is now a simplified representation of the limbic system, which is this. We've now moved here, and what becomes very important in terms of the fear response are three areas within all of these structures. This is the hypothalamus, this is the hippocampus, and this is the amygdaloid complex. And this is very critical because this sits at the base of the brain, which is...
Dr. Burgess, if you could move into the witness box or on the other side so that the jury...
Yes, we have to remember we have a jury in the audience as well.
Okay. Let's
Very
stand up here.
cumbersome, but...
Okay, the three brain regions that are most important in the limbic system is this is the hippocampus, this is the hypothalamus, and the amygdaloid section, which is very important for They contain a bundle of nerve cells, these neurons. This is very, very important regarding the fear component.
Now, do we know through how fear information like the truck coming down the street, where that information goes in the brain?
It would, this is the base of the brain, and this would be the amygdaloid section, which there's a lot of nerve cells there, neurons, and it would start at this particular point, but then it activates. As those neurons start sending out their messages, it starts to activate throughout the limbic system.
Okay, if you can resume your seat. When this information activates, is that those physical responses and the release of hormones? Is that what the body does?
Yes, as it goes up to the rest of the brain, it activates the the stress hormones, brain hormones.
Now, that happens in everybody.
Yes.
And I believe you started to tell us on Friday that there are stages of this processing of fear response.
Yes.
And what is the first stage called?
Yes. The first stage is the preparatory stage.
Now, what is the biological activity going on in the preparatory stage?
That's when the first signal that there is danger in the environment comes in to the brain.
And this release of stress hormones, is that part of this stage as well?
Yes, that would alert the organism to it must do something.
Now, you say it must do something.
Yes.
Why must the organism do something?
Because the most basic instinct in any human is survival, and that is the purpose of this alarm system, is to protect the individual from harm in order to survive.
And that's why it has to do something when the truck's coming down the street?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is the second stage?
The second stage is what the person actually does. That is the fight, flight. They take action. Body is prepared to act, and it either must act against the danger or it must retreat. It must try to flee the danger.
And that's the example you gave of either you jump back to the curb or you run across the street.
Yes.
Now, what thinking is going on as we understand it? What rational processing of options and alternatives is going on between the truck is coming down the street and I jump back on the curb?
No thinking. Automatic response.
Now, has this component of the model, the fact that there is no thinking, been studied and examined and researched and written about?
Yes.
And in what situations has it been found that there is just an automatic response?
Well, in the situations where certainly the aplasia snail studies that...
Well, you're going to have to, I know.
Oh.
Anna Marie's going to want you to spell aplasia snail.
A-P-L-Y-S-I-A.
Okay. Now, what is an aplasia snail?
It's a sea snail.
A sea snail.
Sea snail.
And why are we interested in snails?
It has very important, in the base of the brain, it has larger nerves and so forth to study. So from a research standpoint, it provides a nice viewing of these nerves for the researchers.
Okay. And how does studying the snail tell us that there is no thinking but automatic instinctive survival activity going on?
Well, they've studied the avoidant, in other words, the fleeing part of that, and they have noticed that with some stimulation of these nerve bodies that the memory, the short-term memory, will last up to an hour. With more chronic or more prolonged, if you will, stimulation of these nerves, there is actually been noted the genetic recoding. And the way it's described in the literature is it goes from the RNA changes to the DNA, one being the transmission, one being the translation.
Okay. But I think I was asking you actually something more basic than that. okay?
Okay.
And that is, for example, hypothetically, let's say you're in an automobile and somebody cuts you off,
Yes.
okay? Very close.
Yes.
Now, are you cognitively thinking, I better turn the steering wheel and I better hit the brake, or do you just turn the steering wheel and hit the brake?
Just automatically respond. You don't think. Hopefully you have responded in a way that avoids the danger.
Now, this has been noted in all sorts of traumatic situations, has it not, that people and animals just act?
Yes.
Okay. The snail experiment, the snail studies, those actually proved that there was automatic changes in the genetic structure as a result of trauma.
Yes, the research suggested that, yes.
So it supports the biological notion that these activities are automatic and not. Let me ask you this. What is the difference in the function? What is the main function, for example, of the cortical area or the cerebral cortex, that bigger part that's on top of the limbic system?
Right, that's our thinking. That's where cognitions or thoughts or the whole way we organize our thinking is based or housed.
And did these experiments on the snails indicate that in response to prolonged stress, signals don't even get into that cognitive part?
Well, in snails, we don't have any evidence that they think.
Cognate. But there were other
So-
experiments with other animals
Yes.
that have shown what?
Well, right, yes. Well, the importance of these lower level animals and snails, et cetera, is that we do share in our survival brain these structures. So that is what becomes very important in that type of research on the basic, what's called universal instinct of survival.
You say we have a survival brain. Humans still have a survival brain?
Yes, we actually have 3 levels to brains. This has been well documented in the literature by Paul MacLean, whose research describes what he calls the triune brain in evolution.
The what brain?
Triune, Triune, triune brain in evolution.
Is that like 3-level brain? Is
Yes.
that what that means?
Yes.
And so even though we've evolved, we still have that original survival brain,
Yes,
like the snail?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, are there in fact efforts made with people who have to work under traumatic conditions to take advantage of this notion of automatic response?
Yes.
And would you describe what those efforts are, who these populations of people are?
Okay. Well, persons that work under high stress need to be prepared to be able to automatically respond, and those would include such populations as soldiers going into combat. It would be, we see this and train in terms of nurses in the emergency department, to be able to automatically respond when a very stressful situation occurs.
In other words, so that they don't fight or flee, but do what they have to do.
Yes.
So this is an effort to actually override what the automatic response would be, to train them to do what's logically and reasonably necessary for their work.
Yes, you want them to be able to think clearly, stay calm, be able to attend to the task at hand.
And I take it that's not something that people who are in this fear response are able to do.
That is correct.
Now, what is it that the research shows happens to people who have been severely traumatized, whether in one big event or repeatedly, that makes them and their reaction different than the ordinary model?
What is important in traumatized populations is they begin to read the cues differently. This is what we call the rewiring, and they will read more danger into cues than necessarily a non-traumatized population.
Now, you've talked about, and others have talked about hypervigilance before. Let me give you a hypothetical. If you have a person, let's just for the sake of this hypothetical, assume it's a battered wife, okay, who knows that on Friday nights when her husband comes home from the bar, if they didn't have his favorite beer, he's going to beat her up. Okay, let's take that
Yes.
as a hypo. And the husband comes home with the bar and says they didn't have Miller. Okay.
Yes.
Hypothetically, she could start to experience a severe fear reaction because she has this special knowledge of what they didn't have Miller means.
Yes.
Now, if she then becomes very fearful, very frightened, she's not wrong, is she, to be fearful then?
No, she has this knowledge of her husband.
Okay. So when we're talking about traumatized populations reading cues differently, they're not necessarily being irrational to be afraid.
No.
Okay, but what has been learned now about what the brain does with people who have been, I guess, overly frightened or repeatedly frightened?
Yes.
Okay, what is it that we've learned is happening?
Well, what we've learned is that they stay in a very high arousal state. They are very anxious, maybe very frightened. They also have this ability to scan, are constantly scanning the environment to see if there's danger. And they also can be very startled very easily because of their reading of cues in the environment.
Okay. And the research then into the brain structure has shown what?
Well, the research has shown that as you increase and provide, especially chronic fear or continued fear, that this is the explanation for the recoding, the genetic recoding or the rewiring or whatever term. They are now going to react quite differently, and there is a neurobiological basis to what has been observed
So
behaviorally.
they actually have different cells than they had before, or different contents to those cells that keep them on this level of anxiety and arousal?
Well, the coding is different. It's the message that is sent. Our neurons send us messages, and that's what goes back and forth in the brain.
So it sends higher level of arousal messages,
Yes.
and is there reason to believe that even the general anxiety state is because they're constantly sending a message, a fear message of some sort?
Yes, they may keep the person at this very high level of anxiety.
Now, was there something that was understood by the term trauma learning that this now also gives a biological underpinning to?
Yes, the term trauma learning is a term that's been coined actually by Dr. Carol Hartman in terms of this phenomenon, because all of this activity is in the service of learning in
What
the
is that?
brain.
What is the brain learning through this activity?
Well, as the brain experiences, it sends these messages, so that is one of the bases for learning.
In other words, learning how to deal with fearful situations?
Yes.
Now, is there also an understanding of what happens to traumatized people who can neither fight nor flee?
Yes.
And what are the circumstances where that occurs?
Well, what happens when somebody is in such a situation, they go into this third phase, which is really the numbing phase, and they stay quite numb, if you will, to ongoing activity.
Can you give us examples of populations or people who are in situations where they can neither fight nor flee?
Yes, children certainly are a good example of populations because they don't have the equipment, if you will, to be able to fight or flee. Persons that are trapped in some type of a like a hostage type of situation, they can't get out, concentration camp persons, even natural disasters. I suppose you could have people that are unable to get out of a hurricane or something like that.
Well, let's focus for the moment on children. Children in what kinds of situations have been, strike, all that. The study of children in situations where they can't fight or flee, okay?
Yes.
Specifically, what circumstances have you researched and studied?
I've studied children who have been abused, who have either been directly abused or have also witnessed abusing situations, violence within the home or examples such as that.
For the moment, let's take as an example a child who's being sexually molested.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Is that, generally speaking, a traumatic incident to a child?
Yes, it is.
And how does the fight-flight mechanism work or fail to work for children in that kind of traumatic situation?
Generally, children are unable to extricate themselves or to get out of the situation, and they stay in it, both for many reasons.
Okay. With respect to the body, okay, you've indicated there's this preparatory stage, these hormones get released. Now you're supposed to take action.
Yes,
And you're talking about people who can't take action for whatever reason.
that's right.
So do the hormones just go away? Does some little message go off and say, oh, we can't take action, we'll all go home?
No.
What happens?
The mind takes over. For example, in the flight part, one of the things that can happen is that the mind literally puts itself into another topic, and that's something that's called daydreaming, or technical term is dissociation. But they put their mind elsewhere so that they do not have to attend to what actually is occurring to them.
And that they do that during the offensive acts themselves?
Yes, they do.
And does that make the stress hormones go away, or are they still pumping?
No, the stress hormones are still pumping.
Now, is there something that's been observed, therefore, with people who get trapped in situations where they can't fight or flee, based on the fact that the stress hormones keep pumping?
Well, when those hormones keep pumping, they are influencing, certainly, the brain structure. So that is what's called the overriding component to the alarm system.
What do you mean by an overriding component?
When there is too much activity in the brain hormones and the person cannot extricate themselves from the situation, that is what generally moves the person into either the dissociation, the thinking of other things, or the numbing is in the service of survival.
You said an overriding component. Is this also, I think you've referred to it before as overwhelming?
Yes, overwhelming, yes.
And in your neurobiological model, is it therefore at least believed that children who have been exposed to these situations, who have these overwhelming stress reaction and dissociate or numb, does that leave them with these symptoms we've talked about, this high anxiety, high arousal?
Yes.
Do they remain in a state of overstimulation, basically?
Well, they can't stay in a total state of overwhelm. That's just not the way the body operates in any type of situation. So there is what's called some coping, a way of managing it, or actually an adaptation to the abuse.
Why do they remain? Why doesn't it all just go away after each episode, though, and then they are back to square one like anybody else?
Well, the resetting phenomenon doesn't occur because they're still in the abusive situation if you're talking about a ongoing type of situation. If it's a one-time situation, that might be quite different.
So the notion is that they're always kept at some high level of anxiety because of the ongoing nature of the abusive situation.
Yes.
Now, we tend to think that people get used to bad things, okay?
Yes.
That if you're frightened a lot, you should get used to that and be less frightenable, if you will. Do these models and this research support that theory, or are they, in fact, the opposite?
Well, there can be the adaptation. As I say, they will learn through the trauma learning. They're going to learn how to deal with it. It's not going to be a healthy way, we say, but they certainly they learn to deal with it. And again, you have to look at each situation to see how they do adapt.
But if I understand what you're saying, basically what the research has shown is that people who have been traumatized frighten more easily than other people.
Oh, yes, they do.
So they don't get used to it in that sense.
Not in that sense, no.
And the coping strategies that children come up with to deal with abuse, such as sexual abuse or other abuse, typically, what are they?
Well, some of the coping mechanisms, the other important one is the fight aspect. You will get children, especially very young children, who will protest in terms of hitting at the abuser or hitting at someone or crying. Crying is another verbal way, if you will, of fighting, so that you will hear symptoms along that line with very young children. Other symptoms, again, you would look for the age of the child to see where along the continuum there would be symptoms.
I mean, when we talk about fighting, we're all picturing like, fisticuffs, but you're really talking about is rejecting or efforts to reject the abuse or to...
Yes, we call it protest behaviors, that if you take a careful history, you often can find, again, especially in young children, some manner in which they've tried to protest it.
And would threats to run away or attempts to run away in an older child constitute protest behavior?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would hiding in the closet or trying to elude the abuser constitute protest behaviors?
Yes.
Now, I think that you said that this neurobiological model now accepts the notion that there is recoding of the brain on the basis of the exposure to trauma.
Yes.
With a child under, say, the age of 3, has the brain been fully coded, I mean, in its original or baseline form yet?
No, it has not.
So if you have a child under the age of 3 who is subject to traumatic episodes, is the original coding of that child's brain different than it would have been, hypothetically, without the trauma?
Yes.
So can you preset a child from a very early age to be hypersensitive and hyperaroused to fear?
Yes, you can.
Now, turning back for a moment to how this whole system is activated during, say, an abusive episode on a child, okay?
Yes.
This anxiety that this kind of behavior creates, how does this affect in the long term such a child?
Well, it's going to affect various aspects of its development because that's going to be carried into each developmental stage.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, as children develop, there are tasks that must be mastered for them to be able to move on to the next task. I mean, that's generally the way one looks at child development. So when you have the anxiety, that is also going to influence those phases.
Is there some notion that a child coping with this kind of trauma and stress from an early age can't get out of the past somehow?
Yes, that's precisely one of the problems, is their mind continually goes back to the abusive situation.
And how does that interfere with learning?
And that's going to interfere with learning because the mind keeps going back and doesn't push on to present and future. Good mental health generally looks at people who can stay present and future-oriented.
Now, also, I think you said that one of the coping strategies is this notion of dissociating
Yes.
or this notion of numbing. Are those the same things, or are they different?
They're really different.
Okay. Why don't you describe, I think you describe what dissociating is. It means
Yes.
sending your mind somewhere.
Yeah, that's a more cognitive kind of function, whereas the numbing is much more of a physiological feeling, affect type of phenomenon.
So in a numbing coping response, the child just doesn't feel things physically, or does he not feel things emotionally also?
Yeah, they really are separated from the thought. In other words, they're cut off. Sometimes it's described as somebody's cut off from their feelings.
Now, let's assume you have a child who's in this kind of environment where they're being exposed to these traumas. Do they tend just to dissociate during trauma, or does it become a habit, if you will, of mind?
Yeah, it really can become a habit of mind.
And
Yes.
when you're examining, say, the background of a child, are you looking for evidence of this dissociating outside of the actual abuse incidents?
Yes, I am.
And what do you frequently find?
That you will find a number of reports stating that this is going on. It won't be stated as dissociation, but it will say the child is not necessarily concentrating in school, or seems to be daydreaming a lot, or is looking out the window, or is not able to follow the activities in the classroom.
And that's what this looks like from the outside in a child dissociating.
Yes, this is what another person would generally observe.
Now, this other notion of numbing is, does the literature support the notion that abused children tend not to relate the incidents with a great deal of emotional affect?
Yes,
Is that related to this notion of numbing?
yes.
And would you explain that?
Well, they are cut off from the feelings so that when they describe what has happened, they're able to do it. They're able to describe in a rather perfunctory way what has necessarily occurred. And what we say the affect, the emotion, does not necessarily match the statement, and that would sometimes be in the initial stages of an evaluation.
Now, and then ultimately perhaps the children get back in touch and are able to be emotional and...
Well, that's the purpose of treatment.
Okay. Let's talk about, though, this notion of a child who's been through this history. When they're in a new stressful situation, would you tend to find them using these coping strategies, dissociating and numbing?
Yes.
Like if they're testifying in a courtroom in a trial where their life is at stake, would you tend to think they'd rely on old defenses like dissociation and numbing?
Yes.
Objection sustained. The answer is strict.
Is courtroom, the structure of a courtroom and the method of examining a witness, is that something that produces anxiety usually in the people on the witness stand?
Yes.
If those people have a history of being particularly sensitive to stress and pressure, could it cause them to fall back on coping devices from the past?
Yes, it could.
Now, one point, when you've talked about this brain recoding, which is an actual change in the genetic structure,
Yes, the transmission of the message.
can the brain ever be recoded back to normal? Do we know?
Well, there are efforts now to begin to attend to this. Whether it gets back, I'm not sure that we have that research, but we do have efforts to influence through medication the brain chemistry.
But short of intervention through medication, the brain doesn't just automatically recode itself if the particular stressful situations stop, for example.
No, but if there's a reduction of the stressful situation, that's a major step forward. That's what you always try to do in any situation, is to eliminate the trauma.
So these people may get better then.
Yes.
And at some point, could their tendency, for example, to be highly anxious and hypervigilant diminish over time?
Yes.
Would that happen even without treatment, or does it require?
It generally requires treatment.
You had said that these were the symptoms that couldn't even be treated with usual talk therapy.
Yes.
Now, you said that there are some adaptions that abused people or traumatized people make so that they can survive in an ongoing way.
Yes.
If something changes, if some new element or new crisis comes in, do those adaptions work?
No, they do not.
And then are these people likely to experience these really extreme fear reactions?
Yes, they are.
Now, going back to this notion of trauma learning, okay, how long does the impact of this last on a child's life?
It can be long-lasting.
Okay, what are some of the impacts that you can see in some of the behavioral or psychological impacts that you can see?
We notice many impacts in terms of you can get what's called the more internalizing type of reactions where there's withdrawal, there may be depression, there may be serious suicidal thinking. Then you can get what's called more of the externalizing symptoms where there is more of a showing of the distress in a behavioral way. So you can get schoolroom, classroom kinds of symptoms, acting up, if you will, in a classroom, not being able to sit still. Things in which children's behavior becomes a problem.
Okay. What effect does it have on the child's concept of self?
It is very negative to the child's concept of self. It makes the child feel worthless, helpless. All of those types of negative feelings generally come into play.
Now, this notion of helplessness, is this a notion that runs through examination of traumatized people of various types?
Yes, it does.
There's a term that's usually applied in battered women cases of learned helplessness. Does something similar occur to children?
Yes, you can see a non-assertive. They're not in any way able to defend themselves, so you see a much more passive presentation with children.
Now, apart from this sort of personality projection, does a child who's been in these situations repeatedly where they can't fight and they can't flee, do they approach problem solving the same way as a child who's been able to influence what happens to them, who has had some control?
No, they don't.
Okay, and can you explain the difference?
Well, the problem-solving skills, which are very important cognitive skills, if you will, and certainly all relate to the way information comes in, may well be severely influenced in terms of they just haven't learned them. They've been focusing on other kinds of things so that they may perceive a situation differently. They have not had the experience that other non-traumatized children have.
You understand that in the theoretical framework of, I want to go back for a moment to the battered wife, when the question is posed, why don't battered wives just walk out the door, the theoretical answer is learned helplessness. Mm-hmm. Are there more than just that reason as to why children don't just walk out the door?
Well, children, yes, there are more reasons why children don't. They may have no place to go. They may have no safety aspect. They certainly may be small that they can't, and they also are very connected with their parents. There are a lot of mitigating factors that a child still believes that the parent is the most important person, and they feel very much connected with the parent.
But is helplessness, this helplessness learning, if you will, or this learning to be helpless, something that continues into adolescence and even young adulthood in abused children?
Yes, if it's not interrupted, yes.
And for those children, even if they're old enough theoretically to walk out the door, does helplessness play a role?
Yes.
And what role does it play?
It keeps them tied into the situation. They don't see their options. They can't think of what else to do. So we do see that phenomenon with adolescents.
Do most abused children run away, or do most abused children stay there and take it? Based on the research in the literature.
Objection sustained to the former question.
Okay. Based on, there have been numerous studies, have there not, of abused and molested children?
Yes.
And particularly in the incest and home abuse setting. Okay?
Yes.
To focus on domestic abuse rather than abuse by strangers.
Yes.
And there's statistical studies done in this area as well, are there not?
Yes, there are.
To assess the extent of various forms of child abuse in this country and in this state currently?
Yes.
And do abused and molested children tend to leave the home routinely?
No, they don't.
Now, do people who have had this experiencing and re-experiencing of trauma have a sense, you've talked about helplessness, do they also have a sense of isolation?
Yes, they do.
And what causes that?
Well, the isolation very often is something that's imposed by the abuser to keep the child from persons that they may be able to talk to, so that you do see a family, in the case of a family situation, where the children are kept away from friends, other family members.
Now, when you say kept away, do you have to be totally locked off for, permanently to have a sense of being isolated from other people?
No, it can be from the way that it's stated in the family, the rules of the family, so to speak.
Do children who have experienced trauma learning, in the sense that they have been frightened by an abuser in the family, tend to be easier to control by way of rule setting?
Yes, they do.
Is there a notion in behavioral literature that terror is an effective tool for discipline?
Yes.
And I think you've already indicated that abused children, particularly sexually molested children, tend to be compliant and passive.
Objection,
Rephrase the question.
Yes, I think you've indicated that sexually abused children, for there to be long-term abuse, tend to be passive and compliant.
Yes.
Is that because they like it?
No, it is not.
Do they like it?
No, they do not.
Now, is one of the distinctions between, when we come to these issues of isolation and helplessness and inability to come up with alternatives for their situation, one of the distinctions between children raised in such an environment and battered women, that battered women at least have earlier life experiences
That's correct.
in which they could have problem solved or had responsibility for themselves?
Yes.
Overall, the answer will stand.
Now, I want to go back for a moment to the actual fear response, okay?
Yes.
The physical signs of this fear response are what?
Increased heart rate, blood pressure increase, sweating, all of the autonomic nervous system symptoms. There are more, but those are the general ones that people feel.
When people describe things like tingling and their scalp, people talk about their hair standing on end and chills running down their spine. Are there actual biological causes for that?
Yes.
Linkages?
Yes.
And when a person who has this, you talked about the kindling or rekindling effect on Friday.
Yes, I did.
Would you describe to us what that is?
Well, the kindling effect is where in a traumatized person, they have a certain level of the fear, so that when the new, they perceive in their environment a new cue, it takes much less for that to flare up, if you will, so that it really explains that higher level of fear response than in non-traumatized persons.
And when these persons are experiencing this trauma response, do they get all the same physical signs and symptoms that anybody else would?
Yes, so they do in the situation, yes, yes.
Now, is there research that indicates that one of the side effects of this alteration in the neurobiological structure is a change in the serotonin levels that the body produces?
Yes.
What is serotonin?
Well, serotonin is an important brain hormone that modulates and regulates and keeps at this even keel, if you will, so that the neurons can transmit back and forth. So it's a very important chemical part of the brain.
And is it believed that people who have undergone these genetic changes due to exposure to trauma have a lower serotonin level than non-traumatized populations?
Yes, they have a lower level.
And you talked about medication as an intervention. Is this one of the areas where they're seeking now to medicate to raise the serotonin level?
Oh, yes, they do. You actually can raise the serotonin level by prescribing certain medicines.
Which medicines are effective in doing that?
There are several by trade name. Prozac is one, Zoloft is one, Wellbutrin is another, I believe.
And are these then the kinds of medications that are now being prescribed for traumatized people to help overcome what this genetic remapping may have done?
Yeah. Well, it's done also for depression and suicidality as well as the traumatized. I mean, there are other populations
Right.
that benefit from that.
Oh, I know. I think we've all heard about Prozac, but
Yes.
All right, we have a juror needs a break, so we'll take a recess and we'll resume in 15 minutes. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form examination by the prosecution of the witness.
Dr. Burgess, good morning.
Good morning.
The study in which you were involved for the FBI was a study which was aimed at trying to give form to crime analysis. Is that correct? In other words, you were trying to give some sort of scientific construction to crime-solving techniques.
It was actually to describe the crime scene analysis process as enacted by law enforcement.
Okay. But it wasn't just crime scene that you were working on. It was also in helping local law enforcement agencies in detection. In other words, suggestions for search warrants, looking into the victims and how the victims related to the defendants and things like that.
Okay, that's the actual manual that was published, yes.
Okay, and I have here a book, I'm going to hold it up. Is this, in fact, the manual that was published as a result of the study that you took part in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, for the record, this is a book called Crime Classification Manual, a standard system for investigating and classifying violent crimes.
perhaps we should market this individual.
Well, it's not mine, and I'm not going to offer it into
All right,
evidence.
there's no need at this point to do so.
Okay. Now, Dr. Burgess, in this trial, you have testified not only to crime scene analysis, but you've also testified to types of homicides, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you indicated that there were approximately, or is it precisely, 32 types of homicides?
Approximately.
Okay. And these types of homicides, that the 32, the number that was come up with, is that part of the study that is contained within this manual?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I believe that the manual indicates that there are 4 basic types of homicides, with each one containing subtypes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The first would be called criminal enterprise homicide, which appears from the manual to be a homicide for some sort of material gain. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
The second kind of larger group of homicide would be a personal cause homicide, which is a killing resulting from emotional conflict. Would that be correct?
Well, it's specific to the person. When it's said personal cause, there would be something specific to the person.
All right, and one person versus a group of people.
Correct.
Okay. The next time is the next kind of the 4 would be the sexual homicide, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the kinds of homicides that are traditionally associated with serial killers.
Yes.
Traditionally.
Yes.
And the last type of the 4 major groups would be group cause homicide, which is where groups of people for non-financial reasons commit homicides to further or achieve their goals.
Yes, that's correct.
So in this particular case, I believe that you classified this particular crime as a personal cause homicide because you classified it as a domestic homicide.
Yes, as the preliminary classification from crime scene. Yes.
All right. Now, when you talk about preliminary classification from crime scene, there are several factors that go into an investigation aside from just looking at the crime scene, correct?
As one gets into the investigation, that's correct.
Okay. Normally, an investigator is first confronted with a crime scene, which is why the investigator got called.
That's correct.
Okay. And then from crime scene, other avenues of investigation are pursued, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. For instance, finding out about possible suspects, correct?
Well, that's the whole goal, is to identify the suspects.
Okay. But one of the ways to do that is to look at the victim, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And look at people who might have a motive to kill the victim.
Yes.
All right. So crime scene classification is just one part of investigation.
Yes.
It's the starting point.
It's a starting point.
Aside from the investigator's experience and things like that, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Now, when you participated in this study and ultimately caused this book to be published, the point of it was to aid investigators in solving crime.
Yes.
Okay. And it was not to aid criminals in committing better crimes.
No.
Okay. Now, the information which you've given to these 2 juries about these different classifications and crime scenes which are disorganized and organized, is that information which you have ever lectured on to groups of criminals to help them improve their skills?
No.
Okay.
Not knowingly.
Not knowingly, right? Okay. So you have no way of knowing if the average criminal is familiar with the years of research that you did in order to come to these classifications.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Right.
And in fact, in this case, you have no way of knowing if these particular defendants were familiar with the classifications and the other studies that you did as part of this study for the FBI.
Well, it wasn't published back in '89. This is a recent publication.
All right. And prior to that time, was there any other published form in which someone could get a hold of these classifications so as to better commit a crime?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, when someone talks about a perfect crime, what in your mind is perfect about a perfect crime?
I have no idea.
Cost and speculation.
All right, well, she's answered the question similarly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Is,
The answer will stand.
is lack of detection or lack of apprehension a goal of many crimes?
Yes.
And
Well, I'm going to object to the question as being compound, lack of detection, lack of apprehension.
Objection sustained, the answer is strict.
is lack of detection the goal of many crimes?
Again, it may be. It may be.
One of the things that you spoke of in putting together the statistics or the analysis of what a disorganized crime scene was a correlation between the disorganization and I think you said the speed of apprehension.
Yes, that's
Okay.
one factor.
Could you explain to us how that works? In other words, you look at crime scenes and then you figure out how fast the person got caught and you decide that crime scene must have been disorganized?
No. The original study that looked at these two factors had serial offenders. In other words, they had committed many, many offenses. And so we were able to enter into the computer a lot of variables related to that. And one of the other factors was that they had been divided into organized and disorganized offenders. And then you look for correlation. And one of the factors that did sift out was that with disorganization, more likely than not, you're going to get faster apprehension. And in fact, apprehension right at the crime scene.
All right, because disorganization leaves clues.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you spoke about the study dealt with serial offenders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those people who were specialists in a particular crime, like burglars or rapists or killers?
No, they had all been convicted for murder.
All right, so the serial offenders that were part of the study were all murderers.
That is correct.
And had they committed more than one murder?
Yes, they had. Most of them, not the majority. I think 30 out of the 43, 37 had 3 or more, so the remainder had less than 3.
All right, and are we talking about 3 people being killed at once or 3 people being killed in 3 separate incidences?
Separate incidents.
All right. Now, would you agree that as one does an activity, one becomes better at that activity normally?
And I'm going to object, it calls for speculation.
Do you understand my question?
Yes, that is one hypothesis that could be offered, yes.
Okay. And when you were looking at this group of 43 people, I think you said 37 of which had done more than 3 or more?
Yes, they would have been classified as the serial killers.
Okay. And are those people who were committed a crime, got caught, put in prison, got out, committed a crime, got caught, or were they people who hadn't gotten caught between the 3?
There were various patterns. Some had followed that pattern, but some had never been caught until their final crime.
All right. And would you agree that sometimes people do learn from their mistakes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at disorganized crime scenes in relation to repeat offenders, did you also do a study of disorganized crime scenes in relationship to first-time murderers?
Well, that would have been part of the data that would be available.
Those would have been the 6 people who hadn't killed more than 3.
Well, some had killed 2, so I don't have the precise numbers of how many did under 3. Majority did over 3.
Now, I believe that you've testified in front of both these juries that, in your opinion, the disorganization of the Menendez crime scene leads you to the conclusion that it was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so could you give me again what your testimony was?
I said it showed a lack of planning, lack of organization.
Okay. Now, is there a difference between lack of planning and poor planning?
Well, that wouldn't, we talk about it being a lack of planning.
Well,
we don't give it a adjective.
Well, lack of planning to me, and I'm not a psychologist, but lack of planning to me means you didn't plan.
Yes.
Okay. Whereas poor planning means you planned, and you could have planned a lot, but you didn't do it very well.
You can't see that in the crime scene.
Okay, so you can't make that distinction.
On a value statement like poor or good or in between.
So that for a first-time killer, there could be lots of planning, but it was poorly executed because the person had never done it before.
And I'm going to object, it calls for speculation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. When you talk about lack of planning, which is one of the conclusions that you reached, did you also consider the novelty of the killing? In other words, that it had never been done before?
No, you're just looking at the crime scene and you're looking at all of the clues and the possible presence of the persons right there. That is what a disorganized crime scene means. It doesn't get into other types of evaluation.
I believe you indicated that there are 3 types of crime scenes in terms of calling them organized versus disorganized. There's the disorganized, the mixed, and the organized.
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe you indicated that in this particular crime scene there were some features that were organized.
Yes.
And I believe the 2 features that you indicated were the fact that the shotgun shells had been disposed of and that the weapon had been taken from the scene.
Well, those two things were not present at the crime scene. I'm not sure that they didn't know where they were, but they knew that police investigating saw no shells and no weapon.
And you're aware of the fact that not only was the actual, no, when we're talking about crime scene, let me back up. When we talk about crime scene, are we talking about the room in which the crime occurs, or in a residence, are we talking about the whole house?
Oh, no, right. Law enforcement has a wide discretion as to what they can include in crime scenes, so even cars parked outside can be part of the total, and certainly the whole house could be considered important to the crime scene.
Okay.
But there's usually what's called the death scene, where the persons actually were killed, and that may or may not be the same as crime scene.
All right, when you use the term crime scene, what do you mean?
Where the bodies are found.
All right, so you would confine it just to in this case, then, you would call the crime scene the room in which the bodies were found?
That's the actual crime scene. But other parts of the house must be investigated as well as for the total picture to be evaluated.
Okay, so when you say that the weapons were removed from the crime scene, or were not present at the crime scene, we're talking about the whole house, correct?
Well, yes, they could not find the weapons in wherever they searched. Correct.
Now, another factor which would show organization would be the fact that a weapon of opportunity was not used. Isn't that correct?
Well, they couldn't really determine that at that particular point when we're just looking at coming into the crime scene initially. They would have no way of determining that at that particular point. They just knew that the weapon was not present.
Okay. Now, what is a weapon of opportunity, just so the jury knows?
Right. A weapon of opportunity is some weapon that is secured from the actual area. That could be, I can give you other examples, like a knife, if a knife is used, rope, if rope is present and used.
Fireplace tool?
Right. Could have handgun or some type of gun.
All right, so sometimes in crime scenes you find a set of steak knives and one of the steak knives is missing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that would imply to the investigator that that was a weapon of opportunity, meaning that the person who came upon the crime scene did not come prepared, but rather used a knife to commit the crime.
Yeah, no, it doesn't mean that they did not come prepared. It just means it gives us another important aspect. A knife could be used, could be washed and put back. I'm just giving you an example.
Correct, and in which case, unless they tested all the knives for blood and found some, they wouldn't know that just from looking at the crime scene.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. I believe you indicated that some of the disorganized portions of this particular crime scene, and I think you gave 6 different examples, 6 factors that you considered in evaluating whether it was disorganized or organized.
Okay. Yes.
Correct? All right, and I want to go over those with you now.
Okay.
I think one of the things you indicated that made it, in your opinion, disorganized was the location of the crime.
Correct.
Correct? And that was inside of a home in a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. And why was it that in this particular case you found that to be disorganized on the part of the perpetrators?
In terms of possible detection, also you have to take into fact the type of weapon, that it was a loud weapon, it was a multiple weapon, and it was a hot August day when possibly windows were open. In fact, windows were shot. So that the likelihood of noise in this area and detection was highly likely.
So that if one were to commit a shotgun killing of 2 people, one would want to do it in a place where one couldn't be heard. Is that correct?
That would be one consideration, yes.
So someplace like the desert would be a good place?
Yes.
Okay. Now, aren't there problems, though, associated with transporting victims in order to get them to a place of isolation for the perpetrator?
Not in perpetrators we've studied.
Well, but if the person gets caught during the transportation, in other words, if the police stop the car, which sometimes happens when people are being kidnapped.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. I think that this is calling for speculation.
Well, the nature of the question does go far afield, so perhaps you'd be a little more specific here.
In order to make this particular crime look like a organized crime or a murder for hire, where should it have occurred, in your opinion, to make it more organized?
Very often, it can be done at an off location. I'm thinking of some of the examples that are cited, where there are a few people around, or it's done very quickly. It's done from an area like a sniper-type shooting. It can still be in a public place, but the person is not necessarily detected because of the distance between the victim and the shooter.
All right, for instance, President Kennedy was shot in public
That's correct.
by someone who evidently had a good aim,
That's correct.
not using a shotgun.
That's correct.
Okay. But in terms of killing two people, in order to get two people, you would have to have a location where both of them were there at the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you would have to have a location where it would make sense that they would be in order to explain why they were there, correct?
Yes.
It would be non-suspicious for these people to be in this particular location.
That's
Correct?
one. Yes, that's one possibility.
Because otherwise the crime scene would cause the investigators to become suspicious. Why are these people in the middle of the desert in Lancaster where no one would hear?
Your Honor, I'm going to
Correct?
object to this as argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. So one of the things you consider is the location of the crime, and because this was in a home, you found that to be disorganized.
Well, the location and the weapon, those two are very important to look at together. The choice of weapon is really what also adds to the possibility of someone hearing and someone calling police.
All right, so this had been perhaps a knifing where there is minimal noise. Then the location of the crime would not be problematic in terms of disorganization.
That certainly would reduce the likelihood of detection, yes.
Okay. If one wanted to make a double homicide look like an organized crime, killing or a murder for hire, okay, would strangulation be a method that would achieve that end?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, calling for speculation.
Overruled.
Strangulation is generally not used in criminal enterprise killings, so I would not say that strangulation is generally, it's usually weapon.
To your knowledge, are shotguns used in murders for hire? Or
Well, any weapon can be used for murder for hire. It's not, it's just that, I'm going to say that they're not. They certainly may be, but again, you have to look at the location and where they are and whether there's the opportunity for noise and people seeing people come and go, things like that.
it would also depend on the perpetrator's idea of what an organized crime, killing, or a murder for hire looks like.
Objection, Your Honor, calling for speculation.
Overruled.
Correct? In other words, different people would have different views of what an organized crime or a murder for hire, how it occurs, correct?
Well, there's
Objection calls for speculation, what different people's views are.
Overruled.
Well, there certainly are enough of those types of crimes that are committed that are in the public media. So, I mean, it's not like it's a surprise
Well, there's
how to do it.
But there's also a great deal of license taken by Hollywood in describing murders for hire and organized crime killings as well, which could contribute to one's idea of what they look like.
Objection, argumentative.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that.
Objection sustained.
Oh, sorry.
Now, what you're saying about the choice as being disorganized, therefore lack of planning, okay?
Yes.
Couldn't have been just poor planning? In other words, just not well thought out?
Overruled.
The point is, on disorganization, you look for immediately, as fast as possible, a suspect in the area. I mean, that's the teaching that is done. You don't get into whether it was good or bad, but the point is, look for your suspect is right within that area.
But if the suspect has a right to be in that area because the suspect lives in that home or that neighborhood, then the presence of the suspect in the area would not be suspicious.
Oh, not necessarily so. That's the purpose of classifying crimes, that domestic type of situations are unfortunately quite frequent.
Yes, but the fact that someone is risking detection in their own home, them being in their own home can be explained because they live there, correct?
Well, it can be explained that way, yes.
Okay. For instance, if my husband comes in the house and kills me and is there when the police come, versus a total stranger coming in the house and killing me and is there when the police come, there might be a difference in terms of the perceptions of the police, correct?
If they have knowledge of both persons, yes.
All right. So a stranger being in your home is a lot more suspicious than someone who has a right to be in your home.
Well, not for police. They're supposed to keep a high index of suspicion for everybody.
Okay. But being present at the scene of a crime, especially when you live at the scene of the crime, is not criminal, correct?
Oh, it's not criminal, no, not at all.
Right. Now, I believe you indicated that in conjunction with the location of the crime being disorganized, that the choice of the weapon was, in this particular case, a poor choice, correct?
Or shows lack of planning.
All right. Did you consider availability, in this particular case, did you consider availability of weapons in
Yes.
determining that this was, in fact, lack of planning?
Well, there were weapons in the house. That
Correct.
would have been a weapon of opportunity if you want to identify it that way.
All right, and so a weapon of opportunity then is a weapon where someone perhaps makes the decision to kill after an event has occurred which triggers their desire to kill.
Objection, I call for speculation.
Overall.
Well, no, not necessarily. They can take a weapon of opportunity as a way to avoid detection. Might be one, we were just talking about the knife.
Did you find any significance in the fact in this crime scene that the rifles were not used?
Yes.
And what significance did you attach to that?
Well, they could have planned to use those weapons if there was a plan. Well, that could have been their choice.
But if the plan was to make it look like an organized crime or a murder for hire killing, then using the householder's weapons would be inconsistent with that particular theory, wouldn't it?
Objection, argumentative, and lack of foundation.
Overall.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, wouldn't it be rather suspicious that an organized crime or a hitman would arrive at a scene and then arm himself with a weapon he's unfamiliar with after he already got there?
I can't speculate on that. I can just say that when one goes to a crime scene, you look at the initial pattern, and in this crime scene, it was disorganized. And generally speaking, organized criminal enterprise does not show a disorganized crime scene.
All right, but the factors, the disorganization and the main things in this particular case was the noise made by the shotguns.
Correct?
And I think the other main thing would be the number of shots fired.
Correct.
Okay. Are there,
And type of ammunition.
okay, now why is the type of ammunition important here?
Because that doesn't show planning. It is more logical that there would be all the same type of ammunition.
All right, so you're talking about the fact that both birdshot and buckshot were used?
Yes, correct.
Now, you're saying then that that there should have been planning that the mother would have died with the shot she already had before the birdshot. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Dr. Burgess, the fact that there were two different types of ammunition could just as easily be explained by unexpected circumstances which occurred after the crime started, correct?
No, you wouldn't read that into the crime scene when you come in at initial observation. You don't have that. First of all, that's forensic material.
Okay. So when an investigator investigates, he's not just looking at the crime scene. He's going to look later at the forensic material which is developed after the crime scene is processed, correct?
Well, you're always getting more information in to update if they haven't found a suspect. The importance of disorganized with organized is to immediately alert the law enforcement to start looking for suspect in that immediate area.
Okay. And the purpose of the study was not to come in and aid criminal defendants in trial, but rather to aid law enforcement in apprehension, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the fact that there were two types of ammunition used should have told law enforcement that this was either, not planned well or not planned at all. And therefore, they should look at a particular suspect.
Well, again, you don't have that necessarily right at the time coming into the crime scene because that takes forensics to be able to identify that.
So the fact that there were two types of ammunition used was not immediately identifiable at the crime scene.
Unless they were able to see necessarily wounds and so forth.
All right. Now, you've looked at the crime scene photos in this particular case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had the luxury of time in order to examine those photographs, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Overall.
In other words, you had as much time as you wanted.
Yes, I did.
All right. And from your looking at those crime scene photographs, were you able to tell that there were two kinds of ammunition used, just from looking at them?
Well, I also looked at forensics, but I could not tell just from the photographs.
Okay. So in terms of an investigator arriving at the scene, trying to conduct an investigation, it was not readily apparent that this was disorganized because of two types of ammunition used, correct?
No, but it quickly would add to that once they got forensics in.
Correct. All right. Now, but that's something that happens later, and we're just talking about the crime scene itself, correct?
Correct.
So just looking at the crime scene, what an investigator should see, two types of ammunition is not really a factor in this case.
Well, initially, at the very first walk-in.
Correct. All right. Now, let's talk about the location. Well, first of all, when you were listing the 6 factors, you listed injuries to the victim and where the injuries were, I think. I was taking notes.
Yes.
Okay, that's correct, that those are two separate things?
That's correct.
Could you please distinguish them for me?
Okay, injuries to the body would be, you just look at the number of shots, so to speak, or wounds, and then you look at where those wounds are to see whether they're in one particular area or whether they have what was called a more random focus to them.
All right, so injuries to the victim would be the number of shots, and where the injuries were would be the location of the shots.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that one of the things that was noteworthy to you in this crime scene were the number of shots, correct?
And location to body.
All right, but let's just talk right now about the number of shots
Okay.
fired. Now, when you're talking about this particular aspect of disorganization, is this the area that you would call overkill?
Well, that's one, yes, that would be one factor.
Okay, now overkill is where a person suffers more than one fatal wound. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And there are cases, for instance, where people are stabbed 40 times in the left chest area with a knife, correct?
Yes, there are.
And those traditionally in law enforcement are associated with things like rage, correct?
Well, that is what they say, if it's all to one area of the body, yes.
All right. Or if the person is killed a number of ways, for instance, poisoned and strangled and beaten,
Okay,
for
yes.
instance, all of which would have ultimately been fatal to the victim.
Right, but that also, you're bringing in that other things are done to the body. And that's another factor that one would look at. Was there any touching of the body before or after the shooting?
All right. Now, in this particular case, as to Mr. Menendez, he had one wound which even to a non-pathologist appears to be quite fatal, which is the wound to the back of his head.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. And the other wounds were to his extremities, correct?
Correct.
All right. One wound passed across his chest, but only one pellet went in and lodged in his upper right arm.
That's right.
There were individual pellet defects on the outside of his forearm on his right arm.
That's correct.
There were individual pellet defects in his left elbow.
Yes.
And then there was a through-and-through wound right above his left knee, which went from the inside to the outside.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of killing him, the wound that was the killer was the head wound, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So to say that there was overkill would not be precise in this instance, would it?
No, I would disagree with you. The importance is that multiple shots were fired, and they did enter into him.
Now, I believe you've indicated then that this is an indicia of lack of planning.
Yes.
Right. When a novice commits a crime such as murder, is there a certain amount of inexperience that will play into that person's commission of the crime?
Not looking at the crime scene necessarily.
All right, but in terms of their particular mental state, all right, going in to do something like a murder is a highly emotional thing for everyone except maybe a hitman.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as testimony by...
All right, your objection is what? It's argumentative?
It's argumentative.
All right, rephrase the question, please.
You have extrapolated from this crime scene that there was lack of planning.
Yes.
Okay, and you are basically then saying that in your opinion, if you just look at the crime scene in this case, these two defendants did not plan it.
There's lack of planning in that crime, yes.
Okay, and we're not talking about some other defendants, we're talking about these
No,
two defendants.
that is correct.
All right. So, in making this opinion of yours, are you limiting it just to what you would see when you went to the crime scene initially?
Not when you bring in the defendants. No, you take other factors into consideration.
Okay, and you are rendering an opinion that in this particular case with these particular defendants, that their crime scene shows lack of planning.
Yes, I am.
And ultimately, that would lead to the conclusion of lack of premeditation, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, did you in your analysis consider their inexperience in killing in determining how the crime scene could be interpreted?
Not at the initial going in and looking at the crime scene.
All right.
That's all I had in making the point that it was a disorganized crime scene.
Okay. But disorganization does not always mean lack of planning, does it?
Generally does.
But, okay, let me give you a hypothetical, okay? Let's say that I want to plan a wedding, and I decide that I'm going to get married on this date, and I'm going to have a caterer, and I'm going to have a photographer, and I'm going to have a judge do the ceremony, and I'm going to get the groom, too. That's usually a component of a wedding. And I plan the wedding, and I plan it, and I plan it, and the day comes of my wedding, okay? And the caterer shows up, and the oven breaks, and the food is a mess. The judge arrives late and gives a very perfunctory, unimpressive ceremony that could apply to anybody, all right? And anybody at my wedding would think that this wedding wasn't really planned, because if you look at the wedding, it's kind of a disaster, right?
Verna, I'm going to object. Improper hypothetical argumentative.
Do you see what I'm saying? Anybody who came to my wedding would say, boy, the food's awful, the judge isn't really prepared, he couldn't have talked to these two people before he made these remarks. But that doesn't mean I didn't plan my wedding, it just means it didn't come off the way I wanted.
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Okay, does the fact that my wedding does not go well mean that I didn't plan it?
Well, one could say that there were certain factors that weren't checked and double-checked and carefully outlined, which usually goes into a good plan. That's not to say that extraneous factors can't occur.
Okay, because the point is that at the end of this wedding, the person does, in fact, get married. And the person wanted to get married and planned to get married and thought about getting married and got married, but anybody who went to the ceremony would think that there was lack of planning.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Dr. Burgess, lack of planning is not the only explanation for a disorganized crime scene, is it?
There can be other factors, but generally it's the lack of planning that's one of the main features of disorganized crime scene.
What are the other factors that could contribute to a disorganized crime scene? Not in this case, but generically.
Well, those are the main ones I can think of. Emotionality, we've already talked about that as an important factor. It can make a disorganized crime scene. Not knowing necessarily how to, but that gets into lack of planning, not having studied and looked at how to do something,
Okay,
researched it.
For instance, not knowing how to work your shotgun, would that be something that might contribute to a disorganized crime scene that was still planned?
Not necessarily. No, I've never identified that.
Well, you could premeditate and want to do something and not be very good at planning out how to get from point A to point B, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Well, one would expect that one might practice. I mean, there are ways to get good at a particular task.
Okay. And so certainly if someone went out and practiced using a shotgun, that person would be better prepared than the person who didn't practice with the shotgun.
Yeah, and that would tell me that's a plan, somebody that's really planning something.
But both of those people, the one who practices and the one who didn't practice, could have the same goal, correct?
Well, that isn't what I would call a plan. The person that hadn't really thought through everything and identified it, I would not call that as having a plan versus the first example where they practiced it and thought about it. But
planning is not the only component of thinking something through and accomplishing something, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Do you understand my question?
No.
Okay, let me give you, some people go to Las Vegas and get married in a wedding chapel, and some people have a year of engagement where they plan every detail of the wedding, to go back to this hypothetical, correct?
Right.
Both people want to get married, correct? Both couples want to get married.
Right.
There's just more planning in the one where you have the matchbooks engraved and the little place cards for everybody to sit down at the dinner versus getting married in Las Vegas at a chapel, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there's no way of saying that either couple wants to get married less than the other, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So just because the planning is not good doesn't mean the intent isn't there, correct?
But the outcome is very different. In other words, the planned one will have more of the, to get back to your original one, everything has a better chance of turning out the way you want it than the one that just goes to Las Vegas.
Well, but we don't know which marriage is going to last longer either. I mean,
I'm going to object.
right?
It's true.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now, as to Mary Louise Menendez, I believe that we've identified, or the coroner identified, 10 areas of gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we now know, not from the crime scene, but from the forensic work in the coroner's report, that there were 2 birdshot wounds to her.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I believe you would indicate, would you not, that the fact that she has, before the birdshot, she has 3 wounds to her head area. Would you consider that to be overkill?
Well, 10 wounds are overkill, but you're just saying to one. See,
Well-
one shot would have done it when you're using a shotgun. That's the whole point. You don't need to have, in a carefully planned crime, to have a massive amount of shotgun.
What if the victim is still moving around after being shot?
Well, that still speaks to lack of planning, because one shot would do it. That would be knowledge that somebody that had planned something would have that knowledge.
But there are all kinds of factors that go into a homicide that cannot be planned for or predicted by the killer. Wouldn't you say that that's, like, the reaction of the victim, for one thing?
Well, that can be an unknown, yes.
All right. And so couldn't it just be a function of inexperience on the part of the perpetrator that causes that number of wounds, in addition to the reaction of the victim to being shot?
Not in this case. One shot would have done it. This is a massive amount of shotgun shells into the 2 victims.
All right. And so you're saying that in this particular case, the fact that there were so many shots fired indicates to you a lack of planning?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you take into account the fact that Mrs. Menendez was crawling or sneaking in the room after she was shot?
I had no evidence of that.
Did you
Coroner's report.
All right. Did you consider the testimony of, for instance, Lyle Menendez in reaching your conclusions, which you related to these 2 juries?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you remember the portion of Lyle Menendez's testimony where he said that what prompted him to go reload was the fact that his mother was sneaking around the coffee table?
I remember that was in the testimony.
All right. So overkill implies that the person dies and then you just keep killing them, right?
No, not necessarily. Overkill means a large number of shells are expended into the victim when that's not necessary.
Okay. But not everyone dies from one shot, correct?
People can die from one shot from a shotgun, yes.
People can die from one shot to a shotgun, but not
Yes.
people don't always.
Well, it depends on where they are, that's true.
And wouldn't it depend on the knowledge of the killers as to the effects of shotgun wounds in order for them to make the determination that 2's enough, 3's too many?
No, I still think it speaks to planning, that should have been known. Something that's carefully planned would have been in the knowledge base for committing this if it was a clear, carefully made plan.
Now, one of the other factors of the 6 factors, we've gone through 4 now, is emotionality, correct?
Yes, correct.
And emotionality is something that you look for to try to, you look for emotionality in a crime scene to try to determine maybe who the perpetrator is, correct?
Well, it helps in determining the classification, yes.
Okay. For instance, if you have a killing where it looks like there was a lot of emotion involved, you would probably rule out a hitman.
That is correct.
And if you had a killing where it was one shot to the brain with like a .38 caliber weapon and nothing else at the scene, then you might think there's a lack of emotionality to that particular crime.
Yes, that's correct.
As leaving aside people like hitmen or professional killers, where people know each other and one person kills the other, isn't there inherent in that situation some emotionality by virtue of the fact that people have emotions?
Yes.
Okay. So in any homicide in which there's a relationship between the killer and the victim, you would expect to see some degree of emotionality.
Not necessarily. Again, you have to look at each case individually, but you can certainly have very organized killings when persons know each other. So in general, that might be a true statement that people have emotion, but if you get into other kinds of feeling states, they may not show that.
For instance, a poisoning. If you slowly poisoned your spouse over a period of time, your crime scene would not reveal any kind of emotionality because you just have a dead person who's died of something internal.
But that would show, that's a good example of clear planning where there's a lot of emotion to see someone in a way tortured over this length of time. There's a lot of emotion in that particular, a lot of emotion you could identify.
But just from the crime scene you couldn't, because all you would see is maybe someone lying dead in their bed and you wouldn't even know what had caused it. There would be no emotionality present at the crime scene.
Well, that's true, at the initial crime scene.
Correct. All right. Now, I believe your testimony as to the lack of planning in this particular case has been confined thus far, at least on direct, to the particular crime scene in this case.
Yes, the initial coming into the crime scene, correct.
All right. And then questions that I've asked you are about things that are specific to this particular case and your opinion that these particular defendants did not plan.
Yes,
All
lack
right.
of planning, yes.
All right. And that would then go outside of the crime scene to look at other factors, correct?
Well, you can, right, as you get more information in.
Right. If a detective limits himself solely to the crime scene to solve crimes, he may not solve all his crimes, right?
No, but he'll solve the disorganized ones very quickly.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Well, you are aware of the fact that the defendants in this case weren't arrested for 7 months after the crime.
I am very aware of that,
Okay.
yes.
And you may have some criticism of that particular fact. Would that?
No, I'm just speaking to the crime scene and what's the clues and what's available at the crime scene.
What clues at this crime scene, what clues at this particular crime scene should have led to the defendants?
First of all, the disorganization. Second of all, that who called it in. That this matches also the studies that say look not only for the person either right at the crime scene, but who may also have called the 911.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what I'm asking is just at the crime scene. In other words, you walk into the room where the Menendez parents are, and you look and you see what you can see, and you search the house. Okay, and
Yes.
I'm just limiting it to that particular crime scene, which you've termed disorganized.
Yes.
Okay, and part of your analysis of disorganization does not take into account that they called 911, because that's not crime scene, that's other evidence.
But that really leads up to crime scene. That you have to take into consideration from the moment the call comes in to alert police that something has happened.
But the fact that they called 911 is not one of the factors, the 6 factors of disorganization, correct? It's
Oh,
not.
at the crime scene, okay.
Okay, so let's limit ourselves to this crime scene. The detectives get called in the middle of the night. They go and they see Mr. and Mrs. Menendez dead in their den.
Yes.
Okay? What factors should have led the police to suspect these particular defendants?
Okay, location, the type of weapon, the amount of injury, and the focus of the shots to the kind of the random aspect to the shootings.
Have you ever testified for the prosecution that those types of things, have you ever come into court and testified for a prosecutor in a murder case that those types of things lead to the conclusion that these particular set of defendants did the crime?
No,
Objection, Your Honor, it's improper question, it's irrelevant, also calls for hearsay.
Overrule, the answer will stand.
Okay.
No.
All right, let's take our recess. It's
Noon, we'll resume at 1:30. Don't discuss the matter among yourselves with other participants in the trial, including both defendants and all counsel, and we'll proceed with cross-examination. Witnesses on the witness stand.
Dr. Burgess, I believe right before lunch I was asking you a question, which I'm going to rephrase. Have you ever testified for the prosecution that because a crime scene was organized, in your opinion, the defendant had premeditated?
No objection, I guess that was asked.
I believe was the question, was it not?
I don't know if it was precisely the question. Should I just have it reread?
Well, it was asked and answered, so it's,
All right, well, let's have the question read back then if you have some doubt about it. What was asked?
Oh, I think we have the
You
wrong
don't
court
have the-
reporter.
Okay. All right, I'll permit the question then.
well, I'm going to object to the form of the question since, and I'd ask to approach, since we understand what the rules are with respect to.
Okay, if you would like to approach the bench so we can discuss it. The objection is sustained to the form of the question. You may rephrase it if you choose.
Dr. Burgess, have you ever testified that an organized crime scene indicates planning on the part of the perpetrator?
No, I have not.
Now, when these categories of organized and disorganized were formulated, and that was done by interviewing these 43 murderers?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the sole basis of the categorization, that is the study of these particular 43 people, or were there other studies done?
No, this was just one population that was studied to look at their, statistically how they fell into the organized, disorganized, but that generally is one of the first classifications or separations, if you will, that law enforcement makes going to the scene.
Now, when the data was being collected to define things as being disorganized or organized, were the perpetrators who were interviewed, the 43 people, asked about their mental state in regards to the disorganization or organization of the crime scene?
I'm not sure they were asked about their mental state per se.
Okay, were they asked about whether or not they had planned the crime?
That information was obtained, yeah, yes.
And was there any correlation between planning the crime and the disorganization or organization ultimately of the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the findings?
Well, the findings were that the more organized, the more planning went into it, because obviously they were able to be undetected, and they got away with the crime and were able to commit more crimes.
Was the experience level of the criminals taken into account in determining the planning and the ultimate resulting crime scene?
Oh, there were some that were juveniles as well as some that were in their 30s and 40s, so that age or practice or whatever was not found to be a major factor. I mean, there's a wide span, if you will, of age as well as number of crimes.
I believe you indicated that there are 3 possibilities for a crime scene: disorganized, organized, and mixed. And you have testified that there were factors about this particular crime scene which were organized, correct?
That's correct.
Why isn't this a mixed crime scene?
It could, well, when you don't have to give it that type of category. First of all, it was post-crime activity rather than pre and coming onto the scene. Remember, there are 3 phases that you look at: the before, the during, and the after. And they try to break that down into those categories.
Okay. Why isn't this particular crime scene in the Menendez case a mixed crime scene?
Because there are just too many factors that point to disorganization.
Okay. And the main factors then are the noise of the weapon and the wounds.
The choice of the weapon, the location, and the noise level, injuries and location of wounds, yes.
One of the other factors that you consider in evaluating a crime scene is where the injuries are located on the victims, correct?
That's correct.
And we spoke about that this morning, but I wanted to ask you, isn't it true that in certain kinds of cases there will be injuries to the sexual organs of the victims?
That's correct.
And that indicates what generally?
It may indicate a sexual motive for the killing.
All right, such as somebody having been abused as a child?
No, it's what they do to the victim. It usually means that there is some sexual act or some with the victim, not the reverse.
Okay, and so have you ever seen a case where there was an abuse victim who struck back and then injured the victim in the genitals or in sex organs?
Where there is no killing.
No, where there is a killing.
Where there is a killing. I can't think of one.
How many hours have you spent working on this case, ma'am?
I've spent up to the trial, I've spent, I think, 83 hours.
And what is your rate of compensation, please?
Understand the usual rate is $100 an hour.
Okay. Are you getting the usual rate?
Yes.
All right. And then after the trial began, you've put in more hours, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as a matter of fact, you've sat through testimony in this courtroom.
Yes, I have.
How many other hours have you put in that you know of?
Probably put in another 5, 6, 7 hours.
Okay, so approximately 90 hours, correct?
Yes. Well, yes, around 90.
One of the other things that you indicated which would make this a disorganized crime scene would be the lack of staging. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, first of all, what is staging?
Staging is where there is an attempt to make the crime look like another crime.
Now, if there were an attempt in this case to make it look like a professional murder, what would you have expected to see in terms of staging?
In terms of staging, the weapon would have been different, single shot, use of a handgun. That would have certainly eliminated a lot of the blood and the multiple wounds. Gloves being used.
Well, do you have any? Okay, gloves being used in order to avoid fingerprints.
Correct.
All right, but if fingerprints of the defendants had been found in this house, they would have been explicable, correct?
Well, yes.
In fact,
But gloves could be used in terms of the loading the shells. They would not necessarily have had to. Shells would be with fingerprints.
all right, so an alternative to picking up the shells and getting rid of the weapon would have been to actually use gloves, correct?
I mean, that's one suggestion, one offer, yes.
Okay. So if one were planning out a way of making a domestic homicide look like an organized crime hit, one should only have used one wound, one shot, correct?
Yes.
A different kind of weapon.
Yes.
And what were the other things?
The wearing the gloves. Also could have made it look like a burglary, removed some items.
Okay. But what I'm talking about is not a burglary. I'm talking about a professional hit. So those are the things that should have been done. Is that correct?
Well, if you're trying to stage it as that, I thought that was a question. It's to stage it as
Correct. Right.
planned, organized, domestic killing.
No, I'm talking about if you wanted to make an in-house killing look like the mafia or a hitman had done it, what kind of staging would have been necessary to convey that to a sophisticated FBI-trained investigator?
Well, the main thing would be choice of weapon, as we've already said, which would be 1 or 2 bullets to each person.
And those would be the two things, the choice of the weapon and the number of injuries.
Yeah, use
All
of
right.
gloves.
And use of gloves. Okay. Now, in this particular instance, okay, strike that, please. In addition to classifying crime scenes as organized and disorganized, you've also classified types of homicide, and I believe I asked you about that this morning.
Yes,
There are 4 major types, and then there are subparts, correct?
correct.
Now, you've said in your direct testimony that this is a domestic homicide, correct?
Preliminary observation, yes.
All right. Preliminary observation, could you also reach the conclusion that this was a domestic homicide which had features of inheritance or insurance-related death?
No.
Okay, and why not?
Why not? Because the crime scene was as it was presented. It really matches, for the most part, all of the variables in the spontaneous domestic killing.
But isn't there the possibility of crossover between the two types of killings?
Well, not necessarily. You don't see that on initial crime scene.
All right. Well, I have this book here, and I take it, are you familiar with the types of homicides which are written about in the book that's got your name on the cover?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with the section that deals with insurance inheritance-related death?
Yes.
Okay, my approach, please, Your Honor.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm,
Show the witness something?
yes, I'm going to show it to her to see if she's familiar with this passage.
She indicated she is familiar with it.
All right, then I just read it.
Well, I'm going to object to counsel reading anything, and we still have yet to mark
All
the
right,
book as an
counsel,
exhibit.
both things, as far as marking it as an exhibit, that request is denied at this point. As far as reading it, what do you propose to read?
Crime scene indicators frequently noted in insurance and inheritance death.
Is this a preface to a question?
Yes.
Could it be shown to me first, Ron?
This book seems to indicate that in the first paragraph under crime scene indicators frequently noted in an insurance inheritance type of death, usually the body is not concealed but is left in the open or somewhere that discovery is probable.
Yes.
Did that occur in this case?
Yes.
Okay. The nature of the crime scene or where it falls in the continuum between organized and disorganized will depend on the amount of planning and capacity of the offender.
Yes.
Okay, so those are two things about a crime scene involving an insurance or inheritance death, which are not inconsistent with the crime scene in the Menendez case, are they?
No, no.
Right. May I have a moment, please? It indicates as well that an example of one extreme of this continuum is the very spontaneous offense committed by a youthful, impulsive, and/or less intelligent subject, and that the crime scene would contain more physical evidence. And then in parentheses it said fingerprints, footprints, etc. Now, in the Menendez case, there were no fingerprints that linked the defendants to committing this particular offense. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, there were fingerprints found in the house of the defendants, but they were not anything incriminating,
I'm
right?
going to object to that, Your Honor. There's actually been no evidence of anything.
Sustained, raise the question.
Were you given all the police reports in this case, to your knowledge?
Yes, I was.
Were you given police reports which contained fingerprints comparisons?
No, I don't believe I was. Comparisons to what? No.
Fingerprints from the house which were compared with the defendants? Were you given that information?
No.
Okay. If there were fingerprints in the house that were the defendants, that wouldn't be incriminating, would it?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's argumented and there's no foundation.
Overruled.
As a crime scene analyst, wouldn't you agree that if one's fingerprints are found in one's home, that that's not per se incriminating?
Well, I'm not sure. I wouldn't say it's not incriminating. You certainly are going to expect to find fingerprints in the home.
All right, but as long as the fingerprints are not found on shotgun shells or a gun or some other item associated with the killing, fingerprints on the walls or the tables or wherever would not be incriminating, correct?
Not in a domestic killing, that's correct.
Okay. And if the domestic killing was also, if the domestic killing was also an insurance inheritance-related death, then the same rules would apply, correct?
Yes, but you're going much further down the line to get at motivation when you're reading there, that you have to have a lot more information than what we had at initial crime scene.
But that's, I'm just reading the book. I mean, that's what this book says.
Is that a question?
Isn't that what this book says? I mean, are you familiar with this particular chapter?
Objection, Your Honor. It's 4 questions in a row.
All
and that's
right,
too
re-ask the
late.
question, please.
Okay. I'm going to continue to read. This crime scene would contain more physical evidence, fingerprints, footprints, etc. The weapon would be one of opportunity, acquired and left at the scene. Okay, that didn't happen in this particular case.
That's correct.
Okay. The crime scene would be chaotic with evidence of sudden violence to the victim, a blitz-style attack.
That's just the same as domestic, that's correct.
All right, so there's no distinction then. There's no way for you to say that the blitz-style attack would necessarily be exclusive to domestic homicides.
Yeah, that's why we say you have to have a lot more information to get it into those categories, yes.
The information would not be crime scene information, would it?
That's correct.
So in an insurance or inheritance-related kind of killing, you need to go outside of the crime scene to determine motivation.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the other extreme of the crime scene involving insurance or inheritance is one committed by a calculating, proficient offender who has mapped out all aspects of the crime ahead of time. This methodical approach is represented by an orderly crime scene in which there is minimal physical evidence present. Now, in the Menendez crime scene, what physical evidence was present which led to the defendants as the perpetrators?
Well, the physical evidence was the massive amount of, there was a lot of blood, so that the propensity for that being on clothes, shoes, etc. was high. The physical evidence was the shotguns, the shells, the injuries. I think that's it.
All right, but the blood can be washed off, correct?
Well, eventually, yes.
and shells can be removed and thrown away.
Yes.
And this goes on to say that in the more extreme of the crime scene involving insurance and inheritance, the weapon is one of choice, brought to and removed from the scene by the offender. Now, in this particular case, it was quite clear that the weapon was removed from the crime scene.
Well, there was no weapon found, that's correct.
Right. And there is evidence to suggest that it was not a killing of opportunity for someone who just came into the house, grabbed a knife, and stabbed, but rather there was evidence to suggest that the weapon had been brought to and removed from the crime scene.
Yes, but at that time, you wouldn't know whether the weapon actually had been there. That you have to find out when you retrieve the weapon. Police would not know whether a weapon had been present and taken away.
All right, until they talked to the defendants later that night and found out that the parents owned rifles and not shotguns, right?
Well, they might want to talk to some other people, too. I mean, you don't just limit your interviews with persons immediately in the area.
Yes, but if it's a domestic homicide that occurs inside of the house, the people who live inside of the house would be the ones who would know the habit and custom and possessions of the victims, correct?
That's true, generally, yes.
Now, I believe in talking about emotionality as one of the factors determining an organized versus disorganized crime scene, you indicated that the number of shots would indicate emotionality. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Do you think that you can determine emotion, that you can break down emotionality into distinguishing between fear and anger?
Not necessarily, no.
And fear and anger would manifest themselves the same way in a crime scene. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
But they could.
I'm not sure they could. You can have features of each.
All right, so are you saying that if you go to a crime scene, you can determine by looking at the crime scene whether the person who committed the crime was in fear or was angry?
No, there are going to be elements of both, because that's generally what's in a fear reaction, can be in a fear reaction.
When people who know each other kill each other, is there an element of emotionality generally in that relationship?
Overall.
Yes.
All right, so the fact that there is emotionality does not mean that the crime wasn't planned.
Not in and of itself.
Okay. If one is going to go in and do a murder for the first time and there's a great deal of uncertainty about how it's going to proceed, wouldn't that cause fear or emotionality in the best laid plan?
No, I wouldn't say that.
So you would say that if someone had planned out a murder and they thought they planned it well, that when they actually went in to commit the murder, they would not suffer from any kind of emotional reaction to what they were doing?
What I would say is high emotionality means low rationale and low thinking. That's generally the rule that one applies to that indice, if you will, found at a crime scene.
But wouldn't you say that in cases where the murderer knows the victim, that there's going to be some degree of emotionality carried out in the crime?
No, I think I've said that that doesn't have to be a factor. It certainly can be a factor, but it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be, but it often is. Even.
Judge, this is argumentative at this point.
Yes, please ask a question rather than arguing with the witness.
All right. Now, in looking at the injuries and the location of the injuries, what was it about the location of the injuries that made you feel this was disorganized? Was it just the mere number, or was the location important as well?
Both. Location in terms of it being more of a random rather than a focused one site of the body, which would show much more thought and planning and organization.
Now, I believe you indicated some of the things that made you believe this was a domestic homicide was that there was no forced entry. Do you remember your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Would forced entry be necessary if doors were unlocked in the house?
No,
So
not necessarily. I suppose you could break them down.
well, for instance, in a burglary case, if the people who own the home that's burgled fail to lock their doors, the fact that there was no forced entry doesn't mean that the person didn't come in without permission, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overall.
No, but certainly I've seen cases where even with unlocked doors, the window or somehow it's broken to make it look that way. That's a staging feature.
Okay, so if you were doing a murder that you wanted it to look like a burglary, then you would intentionally break something to make it look like there was a break-in.
Well, I've seen that in cases. That's one example.
Okay, if you were doing a murder and you wanted it to look like an organized crime hit or a professional hit, would you necessarily want to have signs of forced entry?
Again, that would depend on how it was planned. Organized crimes are planned in a very careful way. You'd have to look at what was inside their thinking to do that. You can't just make a blanket yes, no on that.
Okay. Well, when an organized crime figure or a hitman commits a residential break-in in order to accomplish the hit, one thing that's a good thing not to do is to alert your victim by making noise breaking into their house,
Your Honor,
correct?
I object to this as speculation, argument, and irrelevance.
Sustained.
So the fact that there's no forced entry in this house, did you consider that the doors were often left unlocked?
Well, we're looking at the preliminary, at this crime scene, you wouldn't necessarily know that. You'd need more information. You'd have to do some interviewing to find out whether doors were normally left open. However, this is a home that has gates and a fairly foreboding type of residence. It's not one that looks wide open, at least from the crime scenes.
All right, so, but if after you determined by speaking to the other residents of the house that doors were often left unlocked, that gates were often left open, and in fact on this night the gate had been left open, you could eliminate a sign of forced entry as being a factor, correct?
Yes, there was no forced entry, that's true.
Right, but you could eliminate that fact as a factor in evaluating the crime scene, because it doesn't make any difference if the doors were unlocked.
Your Honor, again, I think that's argumentative.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Once you determined that the house is often left unlocked, does it still matter in your analysis that there was no sign of forced entry?
It still requires a lot of planning for someone, if you're talking about someone to know which doors are going to be open and how to get in and having a floor plan and all of that and where people are. That requires a fair amount of planning and knowledge, if you will, of the situation.
Or luck on the part of the perpetrator by just opening the door, right?
Organized criminals aren't going to have a lot of luck. I mean, they're going to make sure that things work the way they want them to work.
Now, you've had the benefit of several years of studying the criminal mind, wouldn't you say? I mean, you've been studying criminology and criminals since 1980?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to suggest that either of these defendants had the level of knowledge that you had about how crimes are committed?
Well, I certainly don't think they have the level that I've had, but they are bright young men.
You indicated as well that the bodies had not been touched, and that was one of the factors that you considered in classifying this as disorganized.
Yes.
Okay, how do you know the bodies weren't touched?
The bodies were in the, from coroner's report, but also it was on police report that it did not look as though the bodies, they were in the position that they were when they were killed or possibly falling. I mean, it was not quite clear whether but there was no indication that they had been moved, touched, cleaned up, covered, any of those kinds of features.
But if, in fact, the moving or the touching had been minimal, there's no way you could tell that from looking at the crime scene, is there?
Objection argumentative.
Overall.
And since that's not
Overall.
evidence.
Overall.
Generally, that is something that is a major observation, and that did not seem to be an observation that I saw anybody make in any of the materials.
Well, for instance, if someone's hands were open at the time of their demise and someone goes and crosses their hands in front of them, for instance, there's no way that you as a criminologist could tell that, right?
I guess I couldn't tell that, but I would rely on experts, coroners, people like that.
But that kind of movement wouldn't have any physical findings. There would be no way to substantiate that kind of movement, would there?
Your Honor, this is argumentative and may well be ways.
Counsel, you're arguing now.
Well, I'm going to object if there's no foundation. The evidence for the question is argument.
Overall. Do you understand the question?
Yes, from the information I had, there was no way that anyone had determined that they had been moved.
And there was no way to determine that they hadn't been moved at all, was there?
Same objection.
Overall.
True.
Okay, so the fact that the bodies weren't touched is really not a factor in your analysis.
Oh, no, it is a factor in my analysis. I mean, that the overwhelming evidence is that they weren't, that they essentially were found as they died, so that the death scene and the crime scene were one, and that's a very important piece of information.
Now, another thing that you indicated made this a domestic homicide is that there was no evidence of theft. Do you remember
Yeah.
your testimony in that regard?
Yes.
That would also be true in a professional hit as well, that there would be no evidence of theft, correct?
Not necessarily. That might have been a staging.
Well, if a professional hitman did the murder, he might desire to make it look like a burglary or a robbery, correct?
Correct.
All right. But if it was just a hit with no other purpose, in other words, if I wanted to make it look like my idea of an organized crime hit, would theft necessarily be part of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay, do you understand my question? That is that no, the lack of evidence of theft could just as easily lead you to believe that it was an execution-style killing as it was a domestic homicide.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Overruled. Is that a question now?
Yes, is that correct?
I mean, it could appear to be that,
All right, when the,
you know, read it back.
That's right.
It could appear to be. I'm sure there are examples like that, but whether that's usual, I'm not prepared to say that.
well, when the police or the press talk about an execution-style slaying, you're familiar with that phraseology, I take it?
Yes.
And in that, there is the assumption that this was not a financially motivated in terms of a robbery or burglary, but rather was the focus of the crime was to kill. Isn't that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, then if this were an organized crime scene, you would have expected the use of a smaller caliber weapon, right?
Yes,
You would have expected it to occur outside of the home,
generally.
and you would have expected one shot to the head and that's it.
Yes.
Okay. What happens when there's a shot to the head and the person doesn't die, when you are an organized planning type of criminal?
Well, if it's well planned, that's not going to happen, that they are pretty expert in their commission of the offense.
Now, I believe you've also testified about the organic and biological origins or modifications of the brain as it relates to fear.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you talk about trauma, the kind of trauma which causes your genetic restructuring, what kind of trauma are you talking about? Are you talking about being afraid to cross-examine? Or are you talking about getting hit over the head? What are you talking about?
Talking about a situation that overwhelms a person's usual capacity to cope.
And when you're talking about the biological response to that, are you talking about that response that you get sometimes where it feels like you get a squirt of adrenaline and you get very excited because a car is about to drive into you, or you just saw someone's purse being stolen? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's an example that most people can identify with because that's exactly what people feel. Yes, that was the stress hormones being released to prepare you to do something.
Is it the stress hormones which cause this ultimate biological response, in this biological restructuring?
Well, that's in the continued fear, in the continued situation. You don't have that necessarily if you're in the example you used in your car, and it's a one-time situation. You will feel the effects of the stress hormones for a time-limited period, unless you get into the accident.
All right, and then every time I get into my car I have an accident, then I'm going to have this continued buildup of the stress hormones and the eventual genetic recoding.
Well, you can get some people can't even get back in their car after a certain, you get the avoidant pattern sets in, that the accident was so frightening that they will not even drive again for a while.
Okay, what kind of trauma is necessary in order to trigger the genetic recoding?
Okay, well, if you're talking with children, and again, you have to look at the age because that's very important, and the development of the child, that continued exposure to highly fearful situations over a prolonged time period has the capacity to certainly raise that person's ability to read codes for danger.
Okay, when you're talking about highly fearful situations, what kind of situations are you talking about?
Those can be situations in which the child is repeatedly frightened, scared, held in certain positions, not made to feel secure, not some of the early years in terms of the bonding and the holding and all of that can be enough to frighten a child for a lack of security, lack of safety.
And that just failure to be held is something that could trigger this sort of biological restructuring?
It's the activities that go along with it. Generally, someone that's going to do that may also be hitting the child. There may be physical abuse. Some of those, what I was originally talking about is the more psychological aspect, but you can get the hitting. You can certainly get sexual abuse starting early with children. Those are some of the examples.
Is the kind of fear that one experiences in watching a scary movie sufficient to cause this kind of biological restructuring?
Well, that's at a later age. We were talking about young children, but certainly children who constantly are exposed to frightening movies generally are able to say that. They either try to avoid it and not want to see it and actually take themselves out of the situation.
Or what about the children who seek out Friday the 13th and the sequels and the sequel after that and the sequel after that? Aren't they exposed to fearful situations?
They may not be interpreting it as fearful.
All right, so would it be fair to say that the level of trauma necessary to cause this response varies from individual to individual?
Generally, it does have that what's called an idiosyncratic aspect, but there are certainly situations which are considered to be traumatizing by most professionals. And that's why definitions, if you will, have been written on what is child abuse, what is child maltreatment, what is child sexual abuse.
Now, when you're talking about trauma sufficient to cause this change, are you lumping together all kinds of child abuse, or are you talking only about physical, sexual? What kind of child abuse are you speaking of when you use the term child abuse?
Okay. Well, child abuse, you have to then narrow down to the specific act that you're talking about. I've just listed some. Another type of frightening experience for children is to witness overwhelming experiences. And there's a body of literature that actually documents the amount of trauma that children have just witnessing a parent in a domestic violence scene, or seeing a parent suicide, or actually witnessing a killing.
Is one experience like that sufficient to cause this genetic recoding?
Certainly one experience is enough to trigger symptoms. We certainly see a wide range of symptoms in children who have even experienced one traumatic event.
But is it enough to cause genetic recoding, which would cause you to have this biological reaction?
Yeah. Well, generally it is believed that it takes continued, repeated exposure to a traumatizing event.
And is there any way to evaluate how much repeated exposure is needed to cause this biological change?
Well, you usually see it in the symptoms of the child or whoever you're looking at, and that will give you a pretty good indicator of how seriously impacted and traumatized the person is, the nature of the symptomatology.
Is there any test that you can give to an individual to see if they've undergone this genetic or biological restructuring as a result of repeated exposure to trauma?
Not per se. We talked about that Friday, not per se on the genetic recoding, but certainly there are studies that speak to the lowered biochemical reaction, and there's been a fair amount of research on that, because that's where some of the treatment methods have come into play.
Okay, but as far as a blood test or a brain scan or something like that, is there any physical way to determine whether or not someone has actually undergone these changes, these genetic restructuring?
Not on the genetic restructuring. That's been noted in the animal research that I spoke about.
I believe you spoke about studies on snails. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one of the studies, yes.
Is there a difference between the brain of a snail and a human being?
Well, see, this is in the brain stem, and this is in the survival brain and the reptilian brain, and that is why researchers are able to make the suggestion, because it does share similar function as in the human brain.
But does the human brain have features that the snail brain does not?
Oh, yes. It has higher level cortical functioning.
A human being can reason,
Yes, oh, it has the cortical function, sure, yes.
and a snail cannot.
Oh, we don't think the snail can.
Okay, we're fairly certain snails don't reason, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that the studies on the snails show that when they're exposed to trauma, that there are biological changes which occur in their brainstem.
Well, when it's stimulated, when that is actually, the fear response is stimulated, that's what it shows, and then they have tried to, they see what's called the avoidant pattern. If the snail moves away from, moves back in its shell or whatever, that certainly is an avoidant pattern. And that seems to last for about an hour. That's what the short-term memory. They then look at what chronic stimulation of this fear center does, and shows that that's where they get into the RNA and the DNA, the transmission and the translation factor, the messages that go back and forth in the neurons.
So they're scaring the snails, is that basically what they're doing?
They're stimulating the fear.
Okay, and when they stimulate the fear in these snails, how do they do that?
Well, they use some type of an electrode that would, and the snail goes back in its little shell.
Okay, so they shock it with an electrode and they scare it with the electrode, is that correct?
Yes, it's stimulating yes.
Okay, now, so then, would it be fair to say that human beings are exactly like snails in that regard?
No, I'm saying that the research on animals is very, very important to understand the structure in humans' brains and the fear response, because fear response is such a basic and universal response in both the animal world as well as in the human world. So that at that point, that's where, and the learning piece is very, very important of how people learn and the avoidant learning.
Now, the research that's gone on in this biological recoding began in what, about 1985 or 6, I think you've indicated?
Yes, it's about the mid-'80s.
All right, and that research is not concluded, is that correct?
Oh, well, no, more and more studies get funded. I mean, there's been an initial outlay of federal money.
And there's no way to conduct the same kind of studies on humans that you can on a snail because it's unethical to do so, right?
Well, yes.
You're not supposed to poke human beings with electrodes and see what their chemical responses are, correct?
That's correct.
Likewise, you're not supposed to dissect their brains to see if there's been any kind of recoding, correct?
Correct.
All right.
But they are doing studies on people that have major problems. It's not, but they use different type of techniques. They use these imaging techniques and so forth. So there are ways to replicate for researchers the brain activity, and that's important.
Now, in this particular case, there is no test that you can give to these particular defendants to determine whether or not they have undergone genetic recoding as a response to fear.
Yeah, that's correct at this point in time.
Okay. May I have a moment, please, Your Honor? Now, I believe you've indicated that the animal response to fear is fight or flight.
Yes.
What determines the choice?
Well, it's automatic. And the most automatic response is to flee, is to get away from the threatening source.
Okay. And when you talk about the most automatic response, are we talking about snails or humans?
Well, we're talking about a wide range.
A wide range.
Snails, animals, rodents, mammals.
All right. So the preference in this biological response is to flee the adverse stimulus.
If they can, that's correct.
Okay.
They can.
Now, have there been any studies correlating the frequency of suspected genetic recoding in child abuse victims? And by child abuse, I mean generic child abuse.
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And when you talk about this hypervigilance, is hypervigilance a descriptive term for the watchfulness that occurs in people who have been subject to repeat trauma?
Yes.
All right, and that's not a biological term, that's a psychological term.
But it has a biological component, we now know.
The research tends to suggest it has a biological
Yes.
component. Is there any way to test to see if someone is hypervigilant? I mean, can you, in other words, is it ethical for a researcher to recreate a situation in a subject to see if they can make that subject hypervigilant? Or
Well, they do try to do that on some of the studies. They will take two groups and they'll compare the two groups and they will show them especially visual kinds of things. And they will take skin tests, the galvanometer test, and they'll take pulse and they'll take blood pressure, and they'll try to take samples, if you will, of the body's response while they're, say, projecting onto a screen some frightening images. So in that respect, there has been a fair amount of research.
But that research is not on people who are actually ongoing some sort of abuse, but isn't it usually done on college students?
Well, but it's done on traumatized populations. They're doing it with veterans who have been exposed to combat. They're doing it on some rape victims. There are other now populations that it is being tested on, and they'll compare it to a normative group that has not had that particular type of trauma.
Now, if a person is hypervigilant and constantly scanning their environment for clues or cues that they're going to be abused, are they doing that 24 hours a day, or only in the situations in which the trauma has occurred in the past?
First of all, it is not necessarily a conscious type of phenomenon. In other words, the person goes about their usual business, whatever the daily business is. So it's not like it's uppermost in their mind. They have adapted. It's just that as something comes up in the environment, they may get this sudden overwhelming feeling of anxiety and have not necessarily any idea why. And it may be due to a lot of things, but it's not like they're walking around in a very suspicious way or in a very paranoid way. It's not that at all.
But wouldn't it be fair to say that what triggers a response is a repetition of prior stimulus?
It comes in through the sensory system. It comes in basically through that brain level in which what is seen, the sight, smell, touch, taste, and feel, our basic five senses, is the way that all experience is registered. So when something gets activated, and that doesn't necessarily have any words, that's why they don't necessarily know. It's just all of a sudden they have this reaction.
And the reaction there's no correlation between the reaction and a prior stimulus?
Well, it's the prior stimulus that has cued them in.
Right, and so that, for instance, if I have been bitten by dogs my whole life, and I've been bitten 20 times by 20 different dogs, and little dogs, big dogs, any kind of dog, when I see a dog, I'm going to react and want to get away from the dog or avoid the dog, correct?
That's one, yes, that's probably one behavior pattern.
Okay. Am I going to react the same way to a cat?
If you've had no negative experience with cats, again, you don't know whether, because it's an animal, we wouldn't be able to totally see what your cues are. It is an animal, and whether you'd make that association.
Okay. Would I have the same reaction to a rock?
No.
Okay. So that the hypervigilance and the cues and everything are specific to the trauma the person has suffered in order to become hypervigilant.
Characteristics of the trauma, that's correct.
Now, you've analogized this kind of fear response to battered wife syndrome, correct?
Yes.
All right. And one of the examples you used is the woman who's at home and her husband goes to the bar and he comes home and says they were out of Miller. I think that was your example, or was it was given to you as an example?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What is it to that battered woman about there's no Miller at the bar that is the cue to her?
Well, that's the word association. She hears something.
Okay. I'm sorry.
She hears something. She hears the word Miller.
All right. And the reason Miller has some meaning to her is because on other occasions when her husband's come home from the bar and said they had no Miller, she's been beaten.
Yes, that I think is the way the example is given.
Okay. So the example in the battered wife syndrome is a woman or a significant other who has been beaten over a period of time.
Correct.
And the battered wife syndrome exclusively, well, not exclusively, but always deals at least with one component, which is being beaten.
Well, there's usually more that's involved in a battered wife. It isn't just being beaten. I
Because,
mean,
well, she's being psychologically abused as well.
Sure, yes.
Right. But the battered woman fears for her life because she has been beaten before.
yes,
Okay. And she begins to learn in which situations she will be beaten. Correct?
I'm not sure she certainly can be cued in.
Well, didn't you?
Yes, all right, well, learn.
Well, you indicated that this response to trauma is a way of the body and the person learning. Correct?
The trauma learning, yes.
Okay. So what happens with the battered wife is she could be sitting with a friend and her husband comes in and says, "There's no Miller at the bar." And her friend may look at that and say, "So what?" Correct?
Correct.
But to the woman who's been battered before, after having been advised that there's no Miller at the bar, this is a very significant event.
Yes.
Correct? Because she's been beaten before and she fears for her life.
Yeah, it may be mitigated by the fact she's got a friend there, but she certainly will get anxious.
Okay.
More likely than not become anxious.
What I mean by the friend is an outside observer looking at this particular
Oh.
situation would say, well, what's so significant about it's Miller time?
Yes.
Okay? Whereas we know that in the past with this woman, every time she's been told there's no Miller at the bar, she has been beaten.
Yes.
Okay. Is this like Pavlov's dog?
Well, that's a conditioned response, and that's exactly what you are describing, yes.
All right.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that would be one way of looking at it.
All right. So, and Pavlov lived in the last century, right? I mean, he lived a long time ago.
Yes, and yes.
Okay, so basically what it is that every time my husband says there's no Miller at the bar, I get beaten. And tonight he comes home and says there's no Miller at the bar, and I think I'm going to get beaten, right?
Right. I'm not sure she says I'm going to get beaten, but she certainly is going to have the anxiety and the fear that something bad is going to happen.
And that's the kind of cue that you've talked about in terms of triggering this biological response,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
All right, so that where an outsider would look in and see that there's no clue there at all that the beating's going to happen, someone with prior experience is going to look at this and say, I'm about to get beaten, correct?
Yes.
All right. What happens when the husband comes home from the bar and he brings his wife a box of chocolates?
Okay.
Is that the kind of thing that's going to trigger the fear response?
Well, see, that's the kind of thing that's going to get this unpredictability, which is usually a feature that you find in these situations. And the person, and that even can make the wife or whomever more anxious, because sometimes he comes home and talks about Miller and she gets beaten. Another time he comes home and he brings her a box of candy and everything is okay. So he is, in a way, probably trying to keep her off guard.
But if he brings her the box of candy, she knows she's not going to get beaten, if that's been her experience.
If she knows it, well, it would depend on whether she hasn't gotten beaten because of the chocolates, the candy.
Well, but she's not getting beaten because there's no Miller at the bar. She's getting beaten for other reasons, correct?
But, Your Honor, I think we've gotten a little vague and...
Do you understand the question?
Oh, could you repeat it?
She's not getting beaten because there's no Miller at the bar. She's getting beaten because her husband is frustrated, upset, unhappy, all those other things, right?
Oh, she's getting beaten because of his, right, because of his dynamics. That's correct.
If the husband comes home and he goes to bed and she's never been beaten after that particular situation, that would not be a clue to her. In other words, if he comes home and goes to bed, then she's not clued in that she's about to be beaten, correct?
With that example, that's right.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that in order to get this biological fight or flight response, the cue needs to be something that's repetitive?
Well, the cue is going to, don't forget, cue in to a previous situation, so there can be fragments, if you will, in the cue. It doesn't have to be a blatant, overt kind of statement like Miller's. There could be other factors. I mean, it could be the smell of beer. He comes home and he smells like Miller's.
What? Yeah. Well,
I mean, that could be enough too. And so then he goes to bed, and she may not still be that sure that he's not going to wake up and beat her.
But in order to have that response, she would have had to know that on prior occasions when he came home smelling like beer, she got beaten.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, people who have this shortened response time, this biological response time to fear. Are they like that with everybody in the world? In other words, if this woman has been beaten every time her husband comes home from the bar and says, there's no Miller, okay? And she sees a movie, for instance, where someone says there was no Miller, is she going to have the same fear response because of what she sees in the movie?
No, we have what was called fear-specific situations, and those that are fear general. But you're giving examples where it is really fear-specific, that there is a definite person that is going to injure her given a certain set of circumstances.
Now, when you say fear-specific and fear general, is there a difference in the biological recoding that goes on because of whether it's generalized or specific fear?
No, what I mean by the fear general is, say that somebody has been traumatized and there's a certain odor. They can be in another situation, smell that, and that will trigger in the fear response. And yet, whoever, it has nothing to do with the person, it's just that it gets activated, if you will, by in a more general sense. And that's different from what we've been talking about, which is very specific. That person, you said, is continually beating the wife.
Okay. Why is it that flight is the preferred method of avoiding this trauma to fight? Do you know?
No, it's just that tends to be the preferred. It isn't the only situation. A lot of people can be trained not to flee, and in fact, that's what generally is done in situations where people are required to fight. There usually is some preparation for being able to fight. I mean, like in the car situation, people are going to try to avoid an accident. They're not going to try to
Speed up so they have
speed
more
up so they have one, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If two people are raised in the same environment but are raised very differently, they're treated very differently, their experiences are very different, would you expect to see the same biological recoding in each of them?
There's a certain amount of fear level that is idiosyncratic, if you will. In other words, unique to that particular person. And it may look different, but it is experienced as fear to those two individuals. So that's very hard to say just because two people are treated differently. The manner in which they're treated can have the same outcome, if you will, i.e. to accelerate the fear response.
Is one of the important things in this fear response the repetition of the stress? In other words, if I'm traumatized at the age of 8 and then not re-traumatized, is that different from being traumatized throughout my life?
Well, there's what's called intermittent trauma. Yes, chronic but intermittent. And then there is just absolutely chronic that's with pretty relentless kind of an abusive situation.
All right, and would you expect the biology of those two separate people to be different? In other words, the one who's traumatized at age 8 with no repetition versus the one who's traumatized all their life?
No, I wouldn't necessarily.
You wouldn't expect it to be different?
No, because you have to look at what is being activated in the situation. You still have to look at each individual to see what those life experiences have been.
But wouldn't it be fair to say that all people are different and their response to trauma is always going to be different?
Oh, yes.
Your Honor, may we take our afternoon break now? I think I can shorten my cross-examination if I have a few minutes.
All right. In court, and all other participants as well, you may continue your cross-examination.
Dr. Burgess, I want to return briefly to the classifications that you've testified to already. I believe you indicated in both your direct and cross-examination that this was, in your view, a domestic homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you have a domestic homicide that is for purposes of insurance or inheritance, that's possible, correct? In other words, it's possible to have a domestic homicide, which is also a homicide committed for insurance or inheritance.
There are cases like that, yes.
Okay. So in addition, in the domestic homicide, I believe that there are two subcategories, the spontaneous domestic homicide and the staged domestic homicide.
Yes.
Is that correct? And the staged domestic homicide indicates that this is a staged domestic homicide is planned and may be due to the same stresses as in an unstaged domestic homicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the major differences between these two homicides is in their crime scenes.
That is correct.
Okay. Would another difference be in the degree of planning between the staged and the spontaneous?
Well, that is one of the discriminating factors.
Okay. One of the crime scene indicators noted in the staged domestic homicide is that the crime scene of the well-planned domestic murder reflects a more controlled, organized crime. The weapon, fingerprints, and other evidentiary items often are removed. In this particular case, the weapons and the items containing incriminating fingerprints were in fact removed from the scene.
That is true.
Okay. The body is usually not concealed. In this particular case, the bodies were not concealed. Is that correct?
Well, on the staged domestic, you have to be, they can be staged to look like another crime, so bodies can be altered.
But in this particular book, of which you were an editor, it says the body is usually not concealed.
Yeah.
Is that one of the crime scene indicators of the staged domestic homicide?
But it also can be altered. I mean, maybe an open view, but it also can be altered. I think there are some examples in that case that gives that.
It goes on to say the crime scene often involves the victim's and/or offender's residence, but location of crime scenes outside the home also are possible. So a planned domestic homicide often involves the victim's residence. Is that correct?
That is true.
Okay. Staging is frequently noted in the planned murder. It's often made to look accidental. Other deaths may appear due to secondary criminal activity such as robbery or rape. Correct?
That's correct.
In addition, another staging, another way to stage it would try to make it look like a hit. That is a professional killing.
Is that in there?
No, I'm asking you if that would be another.
Oh, I didn't think it was in there.
Would that be secondary criminal activity, though?
Well, it's not one of the defining characteristics for domestic killing.
All right, so would it be your testimony then that it's only when you're trying to make it look like a robbery and not like a professional hit?
Yeah, that's generally for that category. They can try to make it like it was a rape. That's when they will alter clothing on the victim or something like that.
Well, why wouldn't it be possible for a staged domestic homicide for the perpetrator to try to make it look like a hit, especially if one's parent was involved in an industry in which there were some underworld characters?
Your Honor, I think that calls for speculation. It's not based on the research.
Sustained.
Okay. So are you saying then that it's not possible in a staged domestic homicide for the perpetrator to try to make it look like a professional killing?
Same objection, Your Honor. It's calling for speculation.
Overall.
It's anything is possible, but more likely than not, it will not be staged in that way. I can't think of any cases that have ever come in like that.
All right, but it's not out of the realm of the possible, is it?
Anything is
Your Honor,
possible.
asked and answered.
Overall, your answer.
I would say anything is possible, of course, but highly unlikely.
So it would be highly unlikely for a perpetrator in a staged domestic homicide to try to make it look like it was a professional hit?
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
In addition, it says that search warrant suggestions for the investigator would be to search for evidence to corroborate a motive. Is
That's
that
correct.
So in addition to the crime scene indicators, the investigator needs to look outside the crime scene for motivations on the part of the perpetrators.
That is correct.
Now, returning to the biological parts of fear, I believe you indicated that people in a fear response cannot override that response. Is that what you said?
No. In a fear response, the fear overrides the usual coping. It doesn't mean that they don't do something, but it overwhelms the person, and that's what triggers all of those stress hormones.
Once a person is overwhelmed by the stress hormones, is the person able to control his or her conduct?
Well, they do behave. I mean, again, that car situation, of course, people do respond to try to avoid hitting a car.
Okay. Are the people able to respond rationally once the fear hormones are triggered?
Well, rationale and fear, it depends on the intensity and depends on the example. I guess we'd have to really look at specific examples in that situation. We just look at the car. I guess there are situations when people absolutely lose all rational thought and there is an accident. That is one possibility.
But there are also times when people remember that there are certain things they can do to avoid an accident and do them in the midst of their fear.
Well, right. I mean, you hope that that's why people are trained in situations to be able to respond very quickly, automatically. I think that's the important thing, is that automatically if something comes to you, you will behave in that way to avoid the danger.
Now, the fear response, which you've testified about, that causes this genetic recoding, is that a response to a life-threatening situation?
Well, certainly life-threatening situation is a fear. So,
all right, but in order
I would agree.
In order to cause the genetic recoding, doesn't the trauma have to be fairly severe?
the recoding is dependent upon the chronic nature, the prolonged nature of it, and kept at such high sustaining levels that the brain chemistry is constantly being activated.
Okay. Now, you talked about people overriding their fear responses, people who are trained, for instance, police officers, correct?
Yes.
Would they be a good example of people who are trained to override their fear responses when they are placed in situations that scare them?
Yes.
All right, so it is possible then to override this fear response.
Well, people are always trained. The problem is, given the situation, you're only trained not necessarily in the situation, so you still have that human component when faced with that situation.
So when you talk about the response of fight or flight being automatic, are you saying that a person can't control that response because it's so automatic, or that they can, at least with training, learn to control that response?
Well, training tends to make things automatic so that you behave in a very, you try to keep control of the anxiety so that you do the things that you've been trained to do. I mean, police are one example, but certainly combat is another, where you have to train people to be able to go into a life-threatening situation.
Now, I believe you talked in your analogies about people who were victims in concentration camps.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you probably were speaking about adult victims in concentration camps. Or are we talking about everybody?
Adults.
All right. And given the opportunity to leave concentration camps, the
Yes.
adults left the concentration camps.
When they were released.
Yes, when they were given the ability to leave, they left.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that most abused children don't leave. Don't leave their abusive situation.
Yes, that's the findings, yes.
Okay.
They stay in the situation.
How do you know that? How do you know that most abused children don't leave?
Because that's, well, two ways. One, that's what the research shows, but it's very difficult for a child to just run away and be able to be secure and safe and so forth. So they generally tend to stay in the abusing situation, and they tend to learn to adapt to the abuse.
Okay. Have you ever done any studies or read any studies about children who are runaways, adolescents and above who are runaways?
Yes, that was a funded study that I did with my colleagues.
And what were your findings about the incidence of child abuse in the home of children who are runaways?
I believe our findings were close to 50%, if not more, certainly had one or more types of child abuse in their backgrounds that they were able to report.
And in our discussion, when we're talking about child abuse, are you talking about sexual, psychological, physical, or all three?
All three.
Okay. So at least 50% of the children who run away were subject to some sort of child abuse of whatever kind at home.
Of that particular study, that's correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that most children don't run away. Has there been some study done between the runaways and the non-runaways?
Well, for example, again, you have to look at the age. You have to have a certain age where a child is able to run away. It's highly unlikely, under a certain age that children are going to run away.
All right, let's say over the age of 12 then.
Okay.
Have there been studies done comparing children in the home who are subject to abuse and runaways?
Well, what probably was the most interesting finding in doing the runaway study that we did, and they were all on adolescents, is we asked the question, why did they run away? We should have asked the question, why did they return? Because we found a real some children, some adolescents had actually returned more than 20, 30, 40 times back to the abusing situation. And so that really refocused our study to see why would adolescents return to the home when it's very clear how much abuse had been going on.
All right, but was there any study done between children in the home who didn't run away and those who did run away who were over the age of 12?
You mean with the control group?
Yes.
Well, if they hadn't run away, what would we be comparing them to?
Children in the home who stay.
Who are also being abused.
Yes.
There were children in the home that didn't run away of these families.
Are you talking about a family where one runs away and the other doesn't?
Correct.
Okay. What about situations where you just have a control group of children who stay in an abusive situation and never leave, and children who run away?
Right. Generally what you find and what the studies indicate that you get a different type of symptom presentation. In other words, the running away is really an action motivated type of symptom. That's very different than the child that stays in the home, and very often what you see in symptoms there is the more depression, the withdrawal, perhaps even suicide attempts, because they're unable to activate themselves to get out of the situation.
Do you know what percentage of children are subject to child abuse of all kinds?
Percentage or numbers? Numbers are quite...
Okay, what are the numbers?
The numbers are, I believe and again it depends on which study you're looking at, but I think it's now 1.5 million children in the United States have some type of abuse factor, if you will. And that's reported. Understand that is reported.
And of those 1.5 million, do you know which percentage of them stay in the home and which percentage run away?
Well, see, then you'd have to look at the adolescent level. That generally tends to be when children do leave the home, and I don't know what those statistics are. We certainly have statistics on runaways, but you can't be sure that just because they've run away that they've also been abused.
Okay. Of the 1.5 million children who are suspected of having been victimized by child abuse, how many children are there in that group? Are we talking about 20 million children? Are we talking about 50 million children?
It's the legal definition of child, so it would be a legal definition. And again, it would be by state, so you have to look at what the state reporting laws are, and they do vary. Some are 18 and under, some are 16 and under, some are 14 and under. But so it's a little hard to give you a precise answer on that.
So the 1.5 million children are abused are nationwide, is that correct?
That is my understanding of one report, yes.
And you can't tell me what percentage of children in this country presently then would be victims of child abuse?
They're all children.
Right, but how?
By definition.
Right, but you can't tell me how many children there are in the country, therefore you can't say what 1.5 million is of that group.
Yeah, I don't know how many children there are in the country.
Okay.
You mean to give you a percentage? No.
Yeah, so you don't know the percentage of children who are subject to child abuse, is that correct?
Well, I know how many are reported, and to me that's a very large number.
Well, but do you know what percentage of
No.
children is reported? Okay,
No.
so when you say that half of all, when you say that most children stay home, how do you know that?
That's what the research shows.
Okay, and what
The
is...
research would be on abused children, and one of the questions would be, have you ever run away? And so that would be coded in, and then there'd be a percentage.
But it's not as if somebody went to every house and found out if the children were abused and then found out if they left, correct?
Yeah, that's not the way research is done.
The research is done only on the self-reported abuse.
Right, or it's done by survey. There certainly are telephone surveys that get into that type of data.
Now, I believe you indicated that dissociation is a sign of abuse.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I didn't say that.
All right, what did you say then about dissociation?
Dissociation is a normal phenomenon in people. What happens, it just means putting your mind somewhere else, and that goes on. All of us do it every day, so that in and of itself is not unusual. What seems to happen with abused children is during the abuse, they put their mind away more and more, so it becomes really a habit for them and can get them into great difficulty when they're supposed to be, say, in school studying or listening to their parent or doing something, that their mind just automatically slips into this dissociative state, and it can actually even intensify.
But not all people who engage in that behavior have been abused as children.
No, not at all. It's a normal phenomenon.
Now, you've talked about parallels between the battered wife syndrome and things that happen to children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because is battered wife syndrome a form of post-traumatic stress disorder?
I'm not sure it's listed as that in the DSM-3R.
Okay. In fact, it's not.
I don't think it is, right. Yes.
Okay. Now, battered wife syndrome, then, is something that deals with physical abuse and its effect on the mental processes of the abused person, the abused wife.
Okay, so it's physical and psychological. It also can have sexual components.
Correct. But the battered wife syndrome is not limited. In other words, it doesn't deal just with psychological abuse. There is a physical component to it.
That's correct.
And then when you have the physical component, you have the psychological component because we're thinking creatures, correct?
Correct. There may be some people that define it also just as psychological abuse.
Okay.
Not sure.
Is there any research that indicates that the same sort of traumatization occurs with merely psychological abuse as occurs in the battered wife syndrome?
Well, you mean another population that gets could you repeat the question?
Okay. Let's say we're dealing hypothetically with a situation of psychological maltreatment
Okay, of adults.
of an adolescent.
Okay.
All right, an adolescent maturing into adulthood, psychological maltreatment. Is there any kind of cause and effect between the psychological maltreatment and things such as hypervigilance, as there is with the battered wife syndrome, which has its genesis in physical interaction between the parties and this hypervigilance in the other stages?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I think the witness was assuming facts not in evidence vis-a-vis the requirements for battered wife syndrome.
Since it does,
Assume certain facts, and you haven't asked the witness to ratify that, you should break it down.
Okay. What are the components of battered wife syndrome?
The components would be psychological abuse, in other words, humiliation, degradation, things that are said, implied to the woman. There often is a physical component where the woman is hit, punched, shoved. In other words, an intentional act to injure her is made. And then there's a third possible component of sexual abuse. The woman may be forced into a sexual situation intentionally.
So battered wife syndrome occurs in a woman who's been psychologically abused without any physical abuse?
I believe you could have that, yes.
Okay, you could have that.
Right.
Is that the way that battered wife syndrome is used?
More often than not, it's going to be identified as having the physical component, the physical and or the sexual component.
Now, presently, there is no definable child abuse syndrome.
Object to the form of the question.
Is that correct?
Overall.
There are, repeat that again, there's no child abuse syndrome?
Yeah, well, when we talk about child abuse, we're talking about generic child abuse, which can contain psychological, physical, and sexual, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. Is there any kind of syndrome that deals specifically with child abuse?
Well, the battered child syndrome was introduced in the literature back in the 60s, I believe. That's a very well-known writings out of Denver.
Okay, the battered child syndrome is a physical diagnosis when a physician examines a child and sees things like spiral fractures or other kinds of injuries which are inconsistent with childhood injuries, correct?
That's correct.
So the battered child syndrome deals with physical findings, correct?
Originally, that's the way it was defined, correct.
Okay.
But it's rare that you just have physical findings.
All right, but in terms of what we give a name to, the name is given to a series of physical injuries like broken arm syndrome or something else, correct?
I'm going to object. This is argumentative.
overall.
It assumes facts not in evidence.
Overall.
Correct?
Finish your question?
Pardon me?
Did you finish your question?
I don't know. I'll start again.
She said correct.
Ask your question.
So the battered child syndrome is not the same as the battered wife syndrome. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I mean, they're two separate population groups and age groups.
Well, but in addition, the battered child syndrome is a name that was coined for medical doctors examining children who've been physically battered. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the battered wife syndrome deals with psychological effects of battering, doesn't it?
But it also has a physical component.
That's correct. But in terms of the two names, they're not synonymous, are they?
No, they weren't intended to be synonymous.
Okay. So, are you aware of any kind of name that is given to psychological abuse in a child which results in some sort of trauma?
Well, the psychological maltreatment area, there's quite a bit of literature on that and studies on that. So that would be one example. It's called psychological maltreatment. Been books written on it.
But now, if you're analogizing to the battered wife syndrome, one of the components of the battered wife syndrome is physical abuse. Isn't that correct?
All right, this has been asked and answered, and
Overall.
assumes facts, not evidence.
Overall.
Yes.
Because battered means hit, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right. So the battered wife syndrome deals with women who have been beaten
Yes.
and the psychological effects of that beating upon their perceptions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in the literature which suggests that the battered wife syndrome is only limited to psychological maltreatment? Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Okay. Is
I'm
there
thinking. There is, in the literature, a fair amount of discussion about the psychological implications in the battered wife or battered person, battered woman syndrome.
correct? But my question is, when there is psychological abuse and no physical abuse, do you expect to see the same things such as hypervigilance and other kinds of activities on the part of the injured spouse?
Yes.
All right. So is it your testimony then that without physical components, a person can still suffer the same sorts of trauma as the battered wife suffers when she's physically beaten by her husband?
I'm not going to say exactly the same because you obviously have introduced a new phenomenon where there is going to be physical injury. But certainly from a psychological standpoint, you're going to have symptoms. And you may well have threats. Very often part of the psychological maltreatment are the threats that something terrible is going to happen, that they're going to be killed, or other people, children are going to be killed, or whatever. So that's a very, very, from a psychological standpoint, a very frightening, fearful phenomenon for a person to endure.
But when the battered wife responds to the statement from her husband, there was no Miller at the bar, what she's responding to is the prospect that she's going to be beaten. Correct?
That's one interpretation, yes.
Now, in this particular case, this case here, the Menendez case, there is no way for you to test these particular defendants to see if, in fact, they have had genetic recoding. Correct?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So your testimony about the way the brain functions in this genetic recoding is not specific to these two defendants. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're just explaining something that could happen,
That's correct.
and you're not saying that it did happen with these two defendants.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in the case of the battered wife, her cue is the statement from her husband that he is going to do something to her, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Is she talking about just that one hypothetical?
Yes, would you rephrase the question, please, or clarify it?
All right. When we're talking about the battered wife hypothetical that was discussed in your direct examination,
Yes.
the cue to the wife is the fact that he comes home and says there was no Miller at the bar.
Well, that's just one cue. There can be other kinds of cues. You might even hear the car pulling up, and that might. We can't only, I want to make it clear, we can't just make it one specific cue. That certainly isn't a powerful cue, but it isn't the only cue.
Because on other occasions when her husband's come home and said there's no Miller at the bar, he's pulled up in his car and she's heard that sound. So she associates the sound of him coming home from the bar with a potential for beating.
Yeah, those are the associations, correct.
Okay. Now, if she has never had her life threatened before, her husband coming home from the bar is not going to have any significance to her, correct?
Correct. She's never been beaten, she's never been threatened, she's never been anything. Just a husband coming home from the bar. No, she's not going to be frightened.
All right? And if he's never come through the door with a weapon after going to the bar, then her life has never been threatened before. Is that correct?
And hypothetical, that nothing has ever happened between these two persons.
Correct.
Correct. No.
Okay. Now, if in fact she suffered psychological abuse at his hands in the past, but has never been in a life-threatening situation, do you know whether or not she's going to have this fear response when her husband comes through the door and says, "There's no Miller at the bar"?
Well, you have to tell me whether she's been threatened. You're saying she's never been threatened?
She's never been threatened and she's never been beaten, but she's been told that she's a terrible person, she's been told she's a lousy housekeeper, she's been told she's worthless, but she's never had her life threatened.
She's still going to be anxious because she knows he's going to come in and he's going to start all of that again, and that certainly isn't anything that makes people feel calm and relaxed.
Correct. But in terms of triggering this flight or fight response, where her life has not been threatened before, but she's been subject to this kind of abuse, is her fight or flight response going to be triggered by a repetition of psychological abuse?
Again, given very simple facts like that, probably not. But I would say that she certainly has altered receptors in terms of how he treats her and all of that. It'd be hard to imagine that he hasn't frightened her in some way if he's constantly degrading her.
If I have been subject to, let's say, psychological maltreatment during the course of my life, and it always occurs in private discussions with my parents, with my father, and he comes in the room and he berates me and talks to me, and I'm subject to psychological maltreatment. Okay,
yes.
Then him coming into the room and closing the door would be a signal to me that I might get chewed out again or treated poorly again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I'm subject to psychological maltreatment when I'm out doing a sporting event, okay, the fact that I might perform poorly at a sporting event would be a trigger to me that I'm going to get chewed out again.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
If my abuser closes a door to a room to watch a television show, is that going to trigger the response in me that those other two events have triggered?
It certainly can, sure, by association, absolutely.
Why?
Because don't forget, the fear reaction is not at a cognitive level. It isn't thinking that. It's the door shuts and it's remembering that something frightening may happen.
But if nothing frightening has ever happened before when the door shut, that particular cue would not trigger the response.
But I thought you said that's when he would come in and say, negative things to you about your performance, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So that is, again, going to raise one's anxiety. And there always is the fear of maybe something more is going to be said, and maybe the next time it's going to be a little bit worse. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you wouldn't get a fear reaction.
If my father closes a door and goes into a room with my mother to watch a television show, and that particular cue has never preceded physical or life-threatening acts in the past, is that cue going to trigger my fear response?
I'm going to object if that is an improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
A cue is something that signals that something bad's going to happen in this discussion that we've been having, correct?
Correct.
And the reason that the person knows something bad's going to happen is because something bad happened before when that cue was present in that particular scene.
Yes.
Okay. So if a cue is given that is not related to any prior trauma, then it's not a cue, is it?
No, but you can have, don't forget, conversation is very much a part of the cue. It doesn't only have to be what is sensory experience. What is discussed can be very much of a cueing in factor.
All right. But if a cue is given in which I've never been in a life-threatening situation before, never been threatened with death before, is that cue sufficient to trigger this biological response?
I think I've said one example one cueing in can trigger it if it's severe enough.
Okay. But in the battered wife case, what cues her is that when he comes home and says, There's no Miller at the bar. On prior occasions, she has been in a life-threatening situation.
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered and argumentative.
Sustained on the first ground.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect examination?
For a cue, as we've been referring to behaviors by abusers, to trigger a frightening response, does it have to be identical to something that's happened before?
No.
Are cues necessarily repetitions of previous cues?
No.
Are there situations where a new crisis has arisen, where the abused child has special knowledge of the modus operandi, the personalities, the values, the interests, the intentions of their abuser, and a brand new set of behaviors can trigger the highest level panic response?
Sustained.
Is there a concept called special knowledge that affects how abused children read the signs from their abusers?
Yes.
And is special knowledge dependent on the repetition of old cues?
It may or may not be.
And when it isn't, how does special knowledge interact with these fear responses?
Because there are new cues that are elicited.
Now, if there has been a crisis situation, something that has never happened before in an abusive family, could a child be experiencing these automatic fear responses based on an entire pattern of new conversations, new behaviors, new cues?
Yes.
Is hypervigilance the scanning of the environment for hints, cues, or clues of danger a conscious, rational thing or automatic?
Automatic.
Is there literature to suggest that the battered wife syndrome is actually a misnomer, that a woman need not be battered to experience all of the symptoms of other wives in abusive situations?
Yes.
Is there literature that psychological abuse alone, particularly when coupled with extreme jealousy, with limiting a woman's actions, with isolation, can also create tremendous fearfulness?
Yes.
Are there situations where, with respect to what's called battered wives, where there are constant threats to kill even though there's never been a hand laid on the wife?
Yes.
And do those women experience fearfulness just as the women who are hit experience it?
Yes, I do.
Is the same true among children?
Yes, it is.
Does a child have to be physically abused to be fearful or hypervigilant or both?
No.
Is sexual abuse scary to children?
Yes, it is.
Why?
There can be several reasons why. First of all, it confuses the child. If it's a factor where somebody is known, it determines what is safe and unsafe. The whole factor of premature introduction of the child into activity far beyond its years. There are many things that children become very fearful of.
Do children and even adults become fearful when they sense they have absolutely no control over what's done to their bodies?
Yes.
Is there studies or information in the literature that show that sexually molested children equate the molestation with death?
Yes, there is.
And how was that information developed?
Sustained.
Do children who are subject to chronic sexual abuse, then, are they frequently in fear of death?
Yes, they are.
And is frequent fears of death by little children one of those things that creates this hypersensitivity and easy arousal to fear?
Overall.
Yes, it is.
Is there literature to suggest that in general children are more vulnerable to psychological abuse and to terrorization than adult women?
Yes, they are.
In the realm of psychological abuse, are you familiar with those types of acts that are characterized as terrorizing?
Yes.
And do you agree, for example, with the labeling system that Dr. Tyler was using in this court as to types of acts that are terrorizing?
Yes, I do.
For terrorizing acts to produce terror in a child, does there have to be physical contact?
No, there doesn't.
Does repeated exposure to terrorizing acts create this heightened arousal system to fear?
Yes, it does.
In abusive situations where there have been repetitive or repeated, either implied or explicit threats to kill, if a certain event happens, okay, and then the event happens, can that trigger this extreme fear response, even though it's an entirely new situation?
Yes, it can.
In a situation where a child has been sexually molested in his room over a course of 12 years, and where over the course of the last 5 years sexual molestation has become a punishment, and where the molester is angry and acting punitive towards the child and orders that child to his room, is that the kind of cue that might make the child scared?
Sustained.
Are the mere words what you would look at to decide whether or not a cue triggering fear has occurred, or do you have to know the whole context?
You have to know the whole context.
Are there situations where go to your room can be a threat of death?
Yes, there are.
Are there situations where go to your room is a threat of rape?
Yes, there are.
Are there situations where go to your room means you can now paint and color and play with your dolls?
Yes.
Under certain circumstances, can complete silence even be a cue that something dangerous is about to happen?
Yes, it can.
When you're dealing with an abuser who has a pattern, where he or she has a pattern of unpredictability in the past, okay, does that tend to produce even more hypervigilant victims?
Yes, that's a very important factor.
Turning then very briefly to the crime scene area. Have you ever testified for the prosecution, Dr. Burgess, in criminal proceedings?
Overall.
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been asked to testify specifically on whether a particular crime scene was an organized crime scene?
No, I have not.
Would you if you were asked to?
Overall.
Yes, I would.
You have no bias against testifying one way or the other, do you?
No, I don't.
Now, you said that in this particular case, the choice of weapon is a strong indication to you of no planning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's based both on your initial crime scene evaluation and also on some other information you learned about the case?
Yes.
And specifically, why is it that this choice of weapon is such a strong indicator to you of lack of planning?
Because of the information that I had regarding a few days prior to the situation that I learned about
Okay. And does that information have to do with the fact that in the state of California, people can actually buy handguns if they're willing to wait 2 weeks?
That is correct.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there are other states where people cannot buy handguns at all?
That is correct.
Now, you said that this was a high-risk crime scene, and you've talked about the fact that it was by using 2 shotguns with multiple rounds in an enclosed space, you're going to create a lot of evidence that could attach itself to the shooter and serve to aid his capture. Is that correct?
That is true.
Is there also the element that in a small scene, shooting off all these rounds with a shotgun, he's creating evidence on his hands?
Absolutely.
And if it was an organized or planned crime, would there be something that you'd expect the planner to do to protect his hands from that kind of evidence?
Yes, I would.
And what would you expect him to do?
I expect him to wear gloves.
And if he were wearing gloves, would he have any reason to worry about picking up shell casings because of fingerprints?
No, he wouldn't.
Now, you said if you're going to look at a particular domestic homicide scene, we'll strike that. If you're going to conduct an investigation that begins with a domestic homicide scene to determine whether there's an insurance or inheritance component, you'd have to look outside the scene for motive evidence.
Yes, you would.
Did you examine every single interview that the prosecution conducted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you read all of the testimony that's been presented in this trial?
Yes, I have.
And do you see any data whatsoever that suggests any pre-shooting motive for money or inheritance?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Would you look to statements, if you were conducting an investigation to find out if there was inheritance or insurance motive, would you first try to determine whether or not the suspect had information concerning the likelihood of their inheriting or getting insurance?
Yes, I would.
Would you also look for any kind of pre-crime information concerning whether or not the person had any particular interest or motive to obtain money?
Yes, I would.
Now, you said that there is some common knowledge about how organized crime conducts its executions.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the common method by which organized criminals conduct their hits, if you will?
Well, they generally plan it very carefully. They have a lot of information available, and their choice of weapon is going to be the type that leaves as minimal amount of injury, that the hit, if you will, is a direct target, and that they have eliminated as many barriers, if you will, to accomplish their task.
Would organized crime, in your opinion, based on your analysis of crimes committed by such persons, use 2 shotguns in a Beverly Hills family room on a Sunday night?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
You were asked by Mrs. Bozanich if persons could try to stage a crime to make it look like an organized crime hit. You were asked for your opinion on that subject. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In your opinion, would persons staging an organized crime hit use 2 shotguns in Beverly Hills?
No.
In someone's home?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Does organized crime, has it been widely publicized that organized crime uses shotguns indoors for their hits?
No,
Do they?
they do not.
Do they tend to use a small caliber weapon to the back of the head?
Yes, they do.
Usually a .22 caliber weapon, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do they take extraordinary measures to avoid leaving prints?
Yes, they do.
Extraordinary measures to avoid having blood or tissue or things like that get on them?
That's correct, yes.
And do they try to stage it to make it look like somebody other than organized crime?
Yes, they may or may not. They really don't have to.
Okay. Are you familiar with cases where organized crime made it look like a burglary, a robbery, or another form of crime?
I'm sure there are some cases they really do.
Now, you were asked about what happens if law enforcement, in looking at what seems to you to be a domestic shooting case, eliminates the option that there was a need for forced entry because the other residents of the home tell them the doors are always kept open. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, it's your opinion, is it not, when you see a domestic violence scene, that the most likely suspects are A, the ones who call in, and B, the ones who are related?
That is true.
So is it good law enforcement practice to rely on what those people tell you about whether the doors are locked or unlocked in making your crime scene analysis?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Based on your survey of organized crime cases, are they likely to leave shell casings in a car and then call the police to the scene where the car is located?
No.
Are they likely to tell the police that they smelled smoke and saw a thick yellow haze when they weren't supposed to be present at the time of the shooting?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Consultation. Excuse me, Your Honor. A further consultation.
Mr. Burt, would you write more legibly so we don't have these things?
Maria, I just don't know what Q means. Let's assume hypothetically that a person has been
Traumatized when they are quite young, say with episodes of sexual molestation, okay?
Yes.
Can their brother, relating to that person, his much more recent experiences of violent sexual molestation, trigger some replay or traumatic or fear-inducing feelings in that person whose molestation was farther in the past?
Objection, improper opinion.
Is this a phenomena that occurs, that hearing about another person's similar traumatization can get you to relive your own?
Yes.
In fact, in the studies of Vietnam War veterans, for example, have they determined that they can re-experience combat, vivid combat scenes based on a car engine sound, a smell?
Yes. In other words, the sensory system gets activated, and that's generally what occurs. They see, smell, or even taste something that reminds them of that experience.
And can they also hear something? Someone else is telling a story, a song that may be played over the radio in Nam, virtually anything?
Yes.
I have nothing further on.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Burgess, can psychological abuse cause hatred in a child towards his or her abuser?
Objection, Your Honor, it's beyond the scope.
Overrule.
In situations involving family members, the child, I think I've already said, is very torn in their loyalty, and they may have a specific feeling of anger about what the act is, but in general, this is one of the things that holds them into the situation, is the other part, which is the love and of the parent.
Can psychological abuse cause hate? Can psychological abuse from the parent cause hatred in the grown child, that is the adult child?
Again, anything is possible, but you'd have to know more about the situation.
People hate their parents, right? Not everybody loves their parents.
People can hate their parents, yes.
Okay. And one of the things that can cause a person to hate their parents is having been subjected to child abuse, correct?
That may be one thing.
And one of the motives in a domestic homicide can be hatred for the parent for all kinds of reasons. Isn't that true?
In a homicide, yes.
Not all domestic homicides are spontaneous, correct?
No.
Now, I believe you were asked about the choice of weapon in this case on redirect as being a poor choice because it was a shotgun. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If one wants to make a crime look like an organized crime hit, that person who's trying to make it look that way is bound by their perception of what an organized crime hit would look like, aren't they?
Well, if they've looked into it or read on it, I mean, they have more information as to how it's done. I mean, if they,
Well, if they've seen, what if they've just seen movies and their perception of an organized crime hit comes from The Godfather?
Well, I'm going to object to these, I think we are getting a good statute.
Why don't you rephrase the question rather than give examples such as that?
All right. One's perceptions of what an organized crime killing are like are based upon one's life experiences, correct?
yes, wherever they get their information, correct.
Okay. And your experience of organized crime killings is based upon your years of research in this area, correct?
Plus others, it isn't just the research, but I certainly have an understanding of that type of crime, yes.
Okay. And you have at times specialized in formulating classifications of crime.
Correct.
Okay. So your knowledge of what constitutes an organized crime killing is not necessarily the general knowledge within this country, correct?
Probably.
One would hope that you have a more specific knowledge after all the years that you've done researching, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if one were to choose a small caliber weapon but was unable to get that weapon because of a 14 or 15-day waiting period, but one still wanted to accomplish one's task, one would then move to another weapon, correct?
No, not necessarily. That's where I disagree, that I think that if one wanted to actually commit this organized crime, they would wait the 2 weeks and they would use that weapon. They'd use an appropriate weapon.
What if in 2 weeks the opportunity to commit the crime was not as good as committing it at the earlier time? Wouldn't that be a factor to consider in planning this?
But that's an improper hypothetical because these things facts never proven.
All right, you'll have to rephrase this question since it is in the form of, or should be in the form of a hypothetical question.
Okay.
Phrase it that way.
Hypothetically, if one were about to return to college and one were going to be leaving the state, all right? Wouldn't it be better to accomplish the crime when one was still in the same locale as the victim?
Objection, Your Honor, that's an improper hypothetical.
Sustained. Well, objection sustained to the form of the question as phrased.
Okay. So it's your criticism of this particular crime and the way it was done is that rather than waiting for an opportunity to get the small caliber weapon, that a shotgun was used. Is that correct?
It's not a criticism, it's just pointing out what is organized and what is disorganized. And if one wants to do an organized crime, one would plan and take the time to carry it out in a way that it's going to be effective.
But are there not other factors in one wanting to commit a crime aside from the availability of a weapon? Isn't that correct?
That calls for speculation.
Overall.
There are other factors in committing a crime aside from just the choice of weapon.
But that's such an important factor.
But there's also opportunity, correct?
Well, that is true. There's opportunity.
All right. And if opportunity conflicts with getting the proper choice of weapon, then opportunity is a factor to be considered, correct?
But it's not a big factor in a domestic situation where the people are all right within the same residence.
All right. But if people are about to leave the residence and move to different locales, that would change the opportunity, wouldn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, there's no foundation for that question.
Overall.
It would, it might only change it temporarily, but there is nothing that says that there's an immediacy to this situation.
What do you mean?
In a plan, one would factor that in. That's the idea of a plan.
Well, leaving town for a period of several months would create a lack of opportunity to commit a domestic homicide, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that it's argumentative and it assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question, it is argumentative.
Leaving town to move to another state, would that, in fact, create a lack of opportunity in a domestic homicide?
Object, it assumes facts, not an evidence, improper hypothetical.
Overall.
Well, Your Honor, may we approach for
No.
offer of proof?
No.
Do you remember my question?
Yes.
Okay.
You're saying that if that is within a 2-week time period, I'm still going to say that to plan something, a plan means that it is able to be carried off the way it's intended, and a time, that's not a plan if it's something that's just hurriedly done or something like that. That's not a plan. That's not organized.
Well, so what is your definition of what a plan is then?
A plan is taking into all the factors such as weapon, place, location, method, and most importantly, to leave as few clues as possible. I mean, that's a plan.
Now, this checklist that you've just given about weapon, place, location, method, and leaving few clues, is that a checklist that you can buy at the Big Five when you pick up your shotgun?
Oh, objection, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained, it's argumentative.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, your definition of a plan is not necessarily everyone's definition of a plan. Isn't that correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know, I haven't checked it out with everyone, but that's generally the way a plan is defined.
Okay. But you are interested in the classification of crimes, correct?
Yes, the organized and disorganized, correct.
And there's no evidence in this case that these particular defendants knew about the kinds of checklists that you've just talked about, correct? In other words, there's no evidence that they knew in advance that in order to be successful, they would have to follow the FBI checklist of what constitutes a planned crime, correct?
Well, I'm not saying that's the FBI checklist. That's not been published as a checklist. What I am saying is that if you want to get into what is planned and what isn't planned, then there are certain criteria you have to apply. And being able to wait 2 weeks, that would, in fact, constitute a plan.
But if you didn't want to wait 2 weeks, it wouldn't mean you weren't planning, would it?
Depends what you're planning.
If you're planning to kill your parents because you want to kill your parents, that is the plan, to kill your parents.
If that's the plan, then you'd wait the 2 weeks and have everything right. The right weapon, the right location, the right everything.
And unless you did it correctly, then you weren't planning at all. Is that your testimony?
Well, then it would be a lack of planning. That's the point.
Okay. And I believe you rejected the idea that poor planning can be the same as lack of planning. Is that correct?
Well, we just tend to call it lack of planning rather than putting an adjective.
Okay. But lack of planning means no or little planning, correct?
I'm going to object to this. This has all been asked and answered and gone over many times.
All right, it's been gone over once before, but I'll permit limited further examination.
Just because someone plans out something poorly doesn't mean they didn't plan it, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Right.
A plan generally means something that's going to turn out the way that it's intended.
Okay. But if it doesn't turn out the way it's intended, that doesn't mean it wasn't planned. It just means it wasn't planned well,
Objection,
correct?
argumentative. Ask you to answer.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. What you're saying then is if someone plans something and does a bad job of planning it and executing it, that means it wasn't planned.
Well, that shows a lack of planning because it's not going to turn out the way that the plan should be.
Now, in discussing the fear that goes into this biological recoding,
Yes.
if the person's lying about being afraid, then none of these biological things occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Well, I think that the point of the biological model is that you have the physiological response, and that is something that you can't deny.
But if you aren't in fear, you don't have the physiological response that you've described in your testimony, correct?
Yeah, if you're not in fear, correct.
Okay, so if you're lying about being in fear, then you would not have this biological response. Is that correct?
Well, that's one way of stating it.
Was there another way of stating it?
Well, I just said that you have to take into consideration the symptoms and the whole body response and the whole history. There are a lot of factors that you have to take into consideration. People generally don't go around saying, I'm in fear, and that's not necessarily what's happened. I mean, this is such an automatic response.
People don't go around saying they're in fear when they're not? Is that what you said?
In the examples we've been giving.
Okay, what
Yes.
about people who are charged with crimes and want to avoid conviction? Do they have a motive to claim emotions that they don't have?
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of the rec, and it's calling for improper opinion.
Sustained.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Dr. Burgess, the 40-some-odd serial killers and all the other perpetrators that the FBI interviewed over the years, their actions, their planning was the basis, was it not, for this attempting to classify crime scenes as organized, disorganized?
Yes.
They didn't read the book, they wrote the book,
That's right.
basically. And what you're trying to do is knowing how homicides are planned, you try to match new homicide scenes to the given body of what a planned scene looks like and what an unplanned scene looks like.
That's right.
And really, all you're saying is this scene doesn't look like there was any planning.
That's correct.
If it did, it would have had these organizational components, correct?
Yes.
And are there basically three basic indicia of an organized or planned homicide scene?
Yes.
And you want to tell us what they are?
In an organized scene, you're going to have clear thinking, low emotion, and the plan is carried out with a minimal amount of injury and clues, and obviously no detection.
And the right weapon for the location?
Yes, and the right weapon for the location.
And that's what you did not find here, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
I have one question.
All right.
This book indicates, and I'm holding up the crime classification manual, that in 1989, the number of murders in the United States was estimated at 21,500. Do you remember that statistic from
Yes.
the research?
Yes, I do.
And for purposes of these classifications, you talked with 43 killers, is that correct?
That's for the sexual homicide, that there were 3 or more. Yes.
Okay, and it's based on these 43 people that you came up with this system of disorganized versus organized?
No, no, this is the way that...
Counsel, you can be seated.
Thank you.
No, the way the study, the way the FBI would go to a crime scene is they would classify it into this organized, disorganized. What the study was about, what this 43 killers was about, is to see how that applied, how by putting them into those classifications, what other things, what was statistically significant. And that's really the value of that one particular study. What the crime classification is an elaboration, if you will, on many, many more crimes, not just homicide, but arson and rape and sexual assault. And the very best of their thinking and the way they classify crimes is what is contained in that book.
But your testimony on direct examination dealt with the fact that disorganized versus organized murder scenes was based on studies done with 43 murderers, correct?
That was the one study. That's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else?
If I may also remain, has that one study been greatly expanded over the 10 years since it was first conducted to include the examination of many, many more crime scenes?
Oh yes, it represents hundreds and hundreds of crime scenes.
And have those classifications held up to be valid when applied to thousands upon thousands of other crime scenes?
Yes.
That was just the basic research, right?
That was the first basic research in 1980, yes.
Do you have to sample every single event in order to get a statistically sound basis for rendering opinions?
No.
Isn't all scientific research based on sampling?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
No.
All right. In regards to the gold jury, the next evidence will be offered only involving the defendant Eric Menendez, which means you won't have to be here tomorrow morning.